So again, good morning. Let's continue with the next point. So let me show or let me mention what are different things we have to cover today. We have to first finish a sensor application. We have to know what exactly the sensor means and how we can get the input from sensor. That's the first thing that we have to look at. Second thing is Google Map. I'm sorry, Google Maps. So this is going to be something with which we can use Google Map. We can see some locations and we can write a simple application where we can, select a location, go to another location, or we will see how we can interact with the location at as latitude and longitude times. Okay. Last thing we will see is the current location. So we will know like what exactly the location current location is. I mean the user's current location is, so that if user wants to do something like user wants to see maybe user wants to see where user is, so this can be done by looking at something like this. Okay, so that's the intention behind writing this current location application. Okay, so if it is the case, let's continue further and let's see how we can deal with it. Okay, I think I'm using the wrong, I guess. Input is right, output is right. Yeah, input is also right. That's good. Okay, so let's continue then. Let's start with the sensor application first. Okay. Now, hopefully, you know what sensor means. Sensor is nothing but a hardware component with which we can get some input. You might have seen something like you're playing the games is like maybe the car game or racing game, where you can hold your phone as if you are holding a steering wheel. You rotate, you move your phone, and the car in that game literally tilts maybe from the left hand side or from the right hand side. You might have seen that. This is because of a sensor called as triaxial accelerometer. Accelerometer will give you the acceleration. Acceleration is like if you're moving your device on the left hand side or if you're tilting your device on the right hand side, then how much distance that device has covered or how much displacement that device has covered is given by or is sensed by that sensor. The sensor is something called the triaxial accelerometer. Another example is like when you are holding your phone. Let's say you are calling someone and you hold your phone against your ear. This is a normal position. Like when we call, then probably we hold our phone next to the ear. Have you noticed something? Your phone display goes off. As soon as you move your device next to your ear, your phone automatically goes off. Not phone, actually, the display goes off. I mean, display goes in a sleep mode. Now, why does it do that? How does it do that? It's a different story, but why does it do that? There are many different reasons why it is doing it, but there are two main reasons really. So one reason is like by shutting down the display or by this by moving off the display, hopefully we are saving the battery. So we know that mobile devices we are using, these are the I mean these devices run on battery, and the most the I mean the hardware which is going to take most of the battery is your display, because you have to render the screen. Then it requires to turn on those LEDs, because we are using LEDs these days. It has to turn on those LEDs, and to turn on those LEDs it has to need or it has to require to pass the power to those LEDs. Now where will it get the power from? Of course it will get the power from your something like battery. So to save the battery, the display goes off. That's the main reason. Second, another reason is why generally the display goes off is because when you are holding your phone next to the ear, then your device or your screen is it's multi-touch, or maybe it's a touch sensing device, a touch sensing display. In a sense, it senses the touches. So maybe if the display is on, and let's say if you're moving your phone to the ear, and because of your earlobe, if there is unintentional touch, then probably something goes bad. I mean, some or the other button gets clicked automatically, and you might see some weird experience there. So to avoid this kind of scenario, the display goes off. And again, as I said, there are two reasons: one, to save the battery power, and second, to in this case to maybe you can say to avoid the unintentional touches. So that's the main reason why the display goes off automatically. Now the question is, how does it do that? I mean, how the display is going to turn off automatically? It goes off automatically because of another sensor in it. This is called as proximity sensor. Yes, so you, that's right. This is called as a proximity sensor. The proximity sensor is the one with which we can just sense any of the human body part comes near to the device. Try this experiment there. You just try calling someone and put your hand next to your phone. Your phone display goes off automatically. It's not like your phone is sensing your ear. The phone is sensing any human body part which is coming near to the device. So ear is not important, human body is important. So how do we sense that? We sense that by using something like the proximity sensor. You might have seen these kind of examples in the real life. Maybe if you turn around, maybe if you are looking at some buildings, for example, generally to save the power, the light in that lobby generally goes off automatically if there is no one. But if you enter in the lobby, it automatically turns on. Have you seen these kind of scenarios? At least in my apartment where I'm staying, it is everywhere, so that's another example where the proximity sensor can be used. There are many different sensors available in your device. For example, if you go outside where there's a bright light, and if you turn on your display literally brighten up. At the same time, if you just come back in a dark room, it display goes a little bit off. I mean, it's not that bright, but it adjusts automatically. How does it adjust automatically? Of course, there is something called as a ambient light sensor. And when I say ambient light sensor, again, the reason why sensor is provided is to sense something around you. So the ambient light sensor senses the ambience, senses the different light sources around you, and it adjusts the brightness automatically. That's the reason why the brightness, or maybe something like a ambient brightness sensor is provided by the manufacturer. So it automatically adjusts the brightness based upon the light nearby you. It's called as ambience light. You know, so this is generally a kind of category of hardware devices, hardware components, which are used to give you some inputs. I mean, in your devices, there are two types of inputs. One is where we are touching on the screen and providing the input, like you tap on the edit text and keyboard automatically comes up, and then you enter your data. That is one type of touch. The hardware component we are talking about, sensors here precisely, these are another way you can provide input to your application or your game. So that's the reason why sensors are important. Now we will write a very small application where we will use that proximity sensor and turn on or turn off, not the device I would say, but maybe we can say change the color. Instead of saying turn off and turn on, we can say change the color, and then we'll see if it is going to do it automatically or not. The moment I hold my hand near to my device, it will automatically change the color. That's an application we are going to write, very simple application. Let's see how it can be done. It's very simple. So to do it, I'm going to start creating a new application again as usual. This is where I will create a new empty application. This is the my application for February 13, I guess. Okay, and this is the application one. Okay, so let's create this application and let's see how we can use the sensor there. Okay, now to do this, it will take a second or two, and once it starts, I think we will create a simple application there. By the way, I cannot run that. I can actually, but it's better we can run that application in device. We'll see that in a second, but before that, let us see how to use a sensor here. Now, to use a sensor, we have to use a service called as a sensor service. Now, before I use that service, may I get any kind of confirmation that whether you recall something called as a service? Did I mention anytime like what service is and how service can be used? Right? Anyone can tell me like what is a service? What is the use of it? Why we use it for? We have seen activities so many times, and we said that activities are used for representing the UI, right? The services, yes, Pallavi and Shio, we are using services to run some code in background. Absolutely, Gauri. So basically, what happens here is when you boot on, or when you turn on, or when you start your device, then bunch of services get started automatically. Bunch of them. For example, there is something called as notification service, as I mentioned earlier. There is something called as an audio service. There is something called as the one which we are talking about here is sensor service. So sensor service is another background service, or it's also called as unbound service, which is continuously running behind the scene when you turn on your device. Okay, that's a system service. So what happens here is when we turn on your device, then these services will start in the background, and whenever you need them, you just go and call a method, something like get system service, and that method will give you the service that you are looking for. For example, I want to start getting that sensor and start sensing the proximity inputs when my activity starts loading its UI. When I say starts loading its UI, that simply means I'm going to go back in on start method and we'll start writing the code there. Because hopefully you can recall, In activity lifecycle method, we talked about this. There's on create, on start, on resume, on pause, on stop, on destroy, and on restart. And I'm using this on start. So when the activity will start, it automatically will get or start getting the input. And when it goes off in on stop, I'll stop getting the input so that we can save the battery as well. So this is my on start, So right here, I will call the method get system service, the since the service I'm looking for is something like what is that, sensor service. Yeah, that's a sensor service I'm looking for. So what does it return? It returns something called as a sensor manager. Let's say sensor manager equals to this. Of course we'll have to go for something like the typecasting. And what is this? Maybe I can say sensor manager is used to get the input or inputs from sensor or from sensors, whatever. Okay, so depending on which sensor you're looking for, you can ask that manager to give me the input, and then the sensor will start giving the input. Now, how do you do that then? You do that by saying, hey manager, I am looking for the updates from this particular, the sensor, for example. So maybe I can say, this is a register listener. Which one should I go for? Let's go for this. Register listener. The first thing is the sensor event listener. So probably what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back and implement that first. That's a sensor event listener. Let's say this is an event listener, which is equals to new sensor event listener. And you see there, am I getting the actual input from that sensor inside this method on sensor changed. And here in the event, you will get the actual input. So maybe in the register listener, this is the first parameter, event listener. Second parameter is which sensor you want to go for. So probably I'm going to go back here and say sensor manager, or sorry, the manager dot get default sensor for, let's say, sensor dot, which sensor am I looking for? Bunch of them are there. Let's say this is type underscore accelerometer, type underscore proximity, gyroscope, heartbeat, so on and so forth. I'm looking for something like the proximity sensor. So what am I going to do here is this. Let's create that sensor. Okay, this is the proximity sensor precisely. Proximity sensor, which is equals to this, and we'll pass that sensor right there. Okay, now this is I'm sorry, this is the proximity sensor, my bad. And then what is the sampling rate? So maybe I can say this is the sensor, what is that, sensor manager dot sensor display fastest normal UI. Which one should I go for? Let's go for the delay normal. Delay normal in the sense, I don't want to go for super fast inputs. This is needed for gaming. Normal is okay. I mean, with few milliseconds delay, you will get the next input whenever there is a change, and probably that's something called as a normal delay. So we will use that here. So maybe I'll just add a comment for you. Maybe I can say get the reference of proximity sensor, and here let's say start listening for inputs from the proximity sensor. Okay, so that's it. So whenever you say register listener, you will start getting those inputs, start getting those values right inside this method on sensor changed. Now here I will get the values by saying event dot values, and you see that event dot values is an array. See, it's a float array. So out of that, I know I'm going to get only zeroth value, because proximity value or proximity sensor is going to give me only one value. So I'm going to go for this values of 0. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say float, let's say value is equals to event dot values of 0. Okay, let's first put that in log and see what does it give me back, and then accordingly we'll do something here. Main activity, and this is going to be, let's say, value, which is equals to, okay, that's value I want to put there. So see what we have done. When the activity starts, I mean when it starts loading the UI, we grab the proximity sensor, we ask manager to give me input for the proximity sensor. once the activity is paused, sometimes you press the back button or you go to home button, you go to home screen, then there's no need of getting those inputs from manager because your activity is not running in the foreground. So what am I going to do here? I'm going to say when you go to on pause, so better you stop listening for those inputs. So maybe I can say manager, I'm sorry, we'll have to get the sensor manager again, it's already there. Just going to go back here and say manager and unregister the listener, and this is the listener. So what am I saying here is when the application or when the activity is going back or going in the background, there is no need of having those inputs because my activity is not running anyways in the foreground. So there is no need of unnecessary listening those inputs. So I'm going to say do not listen for inputs from sensor when the activity goes to background. So when it goes to background, there is no need of listening for those inputs, so we are going to do it in this way. Okay, now if I run this application in my emulator first, so this is my emulator, let's see if I can do it here. So the application is running in where is it local? Yeah, it's running in the running, it's a emulator right now. Let's go back and put that on error. So many, you see that the main activity is giving me the values like 1 1 1 1 1 1, something like this. It's continuously giving me the value 1. Okay, now I can click on this one and it opens another window somewhere here, and there are so many things here. Out of that, there are few sensors available here, like if I go back to virtual sensors, and if I look at that, there are a few more sensors here. This is triaxial accelerometer sensor. So this is where we can tilt it, or where we can rotate it, and so on and so forth. So accelerometer will give me the output like this. Proximity, I don't know whether proximity is available yet. It's not yet available, I know for sure, but let's see if it is available. Oh, it's already given. This is the proximity. So by default it is 1. If I just turn it on or off, you see that the range is between 0 to 10. So that's the value that you will get here, and you see that the value is changing accordingly. So maybe if I change the proximity value, see, it's changing the value here. And yeah, that is how the actual values will be given by the real hardware. I mean, this application is now right now running in emulator. Now what am I going to do here is, based on this, I will change the background color of my layout. To do this, I'm going to go back and assign an ID for this one here. It's not needed actually, but it's okay. So at least you will see that your application is doing something when your human body comes near to the device. So probably I'm going to assign an ID, and I'll say this is going to be the layout. Okay. Now by default, the background color is going to be, let's say 0F0 green, and or rather okay, 0F0, that's okay. So we'll do it in a reverse way. So when the body comes near to the device, I want to change it to red color. That's what I'm going to do here. Okay, so linear layout, what the hell it is saying, and why the hell it is, orientation is not specified. That's okay, we can spread it it is, that's fine. So coming back here, I'm going to get that linear layout here by saying linear layout is equals to, sorry, here it is, layout is equals to find view by id, r dot id dot, what was that, I give you that layout, I guess, sorry, layout. So this is where the layout is. So when I get the value here, let's say I'm getting the value here, so maybe, I mean, generally when you're looking at it in this way, generally when you are going for the value, say something like when you touch your device, or I'll show you first and then we'll go and add the code. I'm going to disconnect my other device and we'll connect it here again using my, one sec, yes, using my OnePlus 8 here. Just a sec. I'm gonna open Wiser. Just a sec. Yep, that's it I'm looking for. And let's see. I'm gonna run this application here in my OnePlus 8. Here it is. Okay, let's see. And I'm looking for OnePlus 8. Okay, so here we are. You see, by default, it gives me a green color because that's what we have coded for. Now I'm going to move my hand near to the device, and if I move my hand near to the device, you see the value changes to 0. And if I bring my, I mean, if I just move my hand out of the device range, then it changes it to 5. So if I move my hand close to the device, then I think it changes to 0. And probably if I just move my hand out of the device, it changes it to 0 5 0 5 0 5. It's 0 and 5. So generally what happens here is, when you move your hand near to your device, probably you see, when you change your, I mean, when you move your hand near to the device, it changes it to 0. And the moment immediately you bring your hand next to the device or off to the device, probably it will give you, let's say, greater than 0. Don't look for value 1 for you and other things, so just look for 0 and greater than 0. If it is equals to 0, that means maybe some of the body parts is near to your device, and if it is not, then probably you will say the human body part is not near to the device. So 0 means it's near, and greater than 0 means it's not near. That's how you should get it, because different devices tend to return different values. Let's say OnePlus is giving me 5. Maybe there is another device, something like I have the other one here, Xiaomi Note Pro. It gives you value 6. So depending on manufacturer, you might get some value here, but definitely 0 means near and greater than 0 means away from the device. That's how you can get it. So probably what we can do here is, we can simply go back and say, if the value is equals to 0, means there is a I mean, there is a human body part near to the device. So maybe I can say body part is near to the device. That's how we can detect it. And if it is greater than 0, so if it is equals to 0, then body part is near to the device. And if it is not, then the body part is away from the device. If it is away from the device, I'm going to go back and say layout dot set background color to, I'm going to use that color as a class here, and we can say color dot green. So if it is away, then I'm going to change it to green. And if it is nearby, if my body part is nearby this, I'm going to change it to gray. Let's see if I can do it. So this is green and this is red. I'm running this in my device right now. So probably if I just go back and if I move my hand next to a device, I'm going to move it, move it, move it. The moment it comes near to my device, it changes to red. And if I take my hand out of this device, probably you can see that it is changing it to green. So red, green, red, green, red, green. So probably when you are testing this application on your device, bring your hand near to the device, somewhere where you can hear the audio. That's somewhere you are having the speaker on top. So maybe there, if you just move your hand, you probably will see the application is changing the color automatically to red. So try this application. You'll be happy to see that your application now senses the data or senses the human body part. And this is how you can write it. This is the way we can check the sensor and probably sense incoming value there. So this is how you can do it. The class is called a sensor manager. It uses a service called as a sensor service, and using the sensor service, we can listen for incoming inputs. So this is how we are doing it. Guys, are you getting the idea now? Okay. If you want to go for some other sensor, probably instead of going for proximity sensor, if you want to go for something like accelerometer, you can go and change this. That's it. If you want to go for heartbeat sensor, if you are, there are so many, heart rate, or maybe there is a magnetic field, or maybe you can say this is a motion detector, or maybe there is a rotation vector. There are many different options available there, and probably depending on your use, you will have to use it, you know. So probably look at the requirement and then write the code accordingly. So this is a very simple example where we were taking input from a hardware component called a sensor, and this is the way we can do it. The code is going to remain same. It just the logic is going to be different. So probably if you are saying like this is accelerometer, then you're, instead of getting one value, you will get three values, X, Y, and Z, and accordingly you will do that. So this is how you are going to write the code to use the sensor called as proximity sensor here. Okay. Okay, so now we know what exactly it is. Let's continue further and let us see how we can go for making that Google application I mean Google Maps application, Google Maps into our application. See how it can be done. Very simple, by the way. Let's see how it can be done. I'll keep that app one as it is, and I'll go back to maybe another activity here. Sorry, another application here. This is going to be my application two now. So let's create this application with Google Maps in it. Okay, see how it is possible and how we can do it. Now, Google Map, mirror disconnected. It's not needed anyway, so let me disconnect it for now. We'll use it, but not right now. We'll use it later. So when we want to get the location, we'll go for it. Okay. So when we are looking at the Google Maps locate or Google Maps, rather Google Maps control, not the Google Maps application, but the Google Maps control here, we have to get a new activity for that. I mean, if you just go back here and try to say, I want to create a Google Maps activity. So you can say this is going to be the activity. You can go back to the gallery or you can look for the Google Maps here. It's better we can go for the gallery and we can say that this is the Google Maps activity here. So you'll have to use a different activity for that. I mean, there is a way you can get that inside the same activity as well. But instead of that, it's better you can go for Google Maps activity. This is going to be Maps activity. I'm happy to do that. And I'm going to say finish. Don't ask me again. So this is the one with which we are going to get the Google Maps into our application. Now, as soon as you open this application and create it for the Google Maps, you see that not only it creates an application, it gives you the activity, but also it asks you to do something before you run your application. So look at the kind of not warning, should I say, but look at the instruction to do. What it says? It says before you run your application, you need to get a Google API, Google Maps API key. In a sense, when we are running this application where the Google Maps is needed, Google wants to track it, like who is using Google Maps or for what reason you are using Google Maps and how much usage you are having for that Google Maps. In a sense, see, right now when you are using Google Maps in Android application, there are certain requests. Those are going to be free for you. Say per day it's around 150,000 and blah blah blah. So after that, I mean, if your application is extensively using Google Map, then you have to pay Google. I mean, I don't know whether you know this part or not, but not every single thing in Google is free. Of course, there are paid services available there, and Google Maps is one of the paid services there. It's not like it's completely paid. A few hundred requests, no, few thousand requests are free per day. So you can still use Google Maps free of cost if your application is not too much dependent on Google Map. If it is just a couple of different things that you need from Google Maps, you can still use it. But if you are heavily dependent on it, for example, if you're writing an application like say maybe something like a driving application, so like Uber or Ola, then in that case you will have to use a paid key there. Otherwise, it will not work continuously. It will have its limit. So per day, Google has set the limit. So Google wants to see like how much you are using Google Maps, and accordingly, Google is gonna ask you to pay for monthly basis or whatever basis you want to go for. Again, it's so surprising, but that is very true. So those who are heavily using Google, they have to make the payment for that. Okay. Anyway, so probably what am I doing here is like it asked me to create a Google API key. So it's very simple. I mean, earlier it was very difficult. There were almost like 8 steps you had to take earlier, but nowadays it's so simple. Just copy this link, what you see here, literally copy this link and open the Google Chrome and simply visit that link. It's that simple. Just copy that link, go to that link, and it will ask you first, make sure that you already have logged in into Google account. And there is no option there. Exactly, true, you. That's how it is. Make sure that you already are logged in with your account, and then probably I already am logged in here with my account here. So it's asking me whether you want to create a new project or whether you want to add into existing one. So I may create a new project here, or rather you have to create a new project here, depending again on whether you have used it before or not. But I already have created many projects here, so I'm going to use this one here, Google Maps demo here. Okay. See, again, when you are using the free account, there are limitations. You cannot create more than 20 projects in Google. Projects in a sense. This is for the maps tracking or maybe something like Firebase tracking and something. So this is something which is a restriction that you are having right now. Unless you pay for it, you will not be able to use it. So make sure that you are using or reusing that project for using the Google API key there. So probably this is something that I'm going to do right now. Instead of just creating a new project here, I'm going to go back and try to use it for a existing application, Google Maps demo. So I already have created one. You have to create a project from scratch. It's not just click on the button and you are done with that. Okay. So I'm going to click on that. API is enabled, created API key for me, and it's that simple. It's dead simple, by the way. So all we have to do there is this. You're done. Good. You see, the API key has been created, and this is the one. You just click on that, or you can just click on that, and that is also more than sufficient. You need this key. That's it. So get this key, and probably it's already mentioned here that your key here. Just put that key here. That's it. It's dead simple. So just visit that link, make sure that you are having that Google API key with you, and then simply give it a try. I know it's not going to show anything right now because my application is running with the map main activity. We have to change it back to maps activity to make sure that we are getting the maps on the screen. So let me cut it out from here and put that inside the maps activity and give it try one more time. This time, Maps activity is the first one, and you see my application is now showing the Google Maps. Wow, look at that! It starts showing the Google Map without having any problem. You see, this is where the India is. It shows by default Australia. I think this is Sydney, I guess. Marker in Sydney, so by default is showing the Sydney there. That's fine. You see, how simple is that? So now, if I'm going to my Maps activity, let us see what does it do. So what does it do? Probably if you look at that maps activities UI or the XML file, you will see that they're using something called as a fragment. Tell me, have you heard about this fragment before? Have you used a fragment in your application before? I guess so, right? So there is a fragment which is given by Google, of course, which is having a name like com.google.android.gms.maps.support map fragment, which is having this control called as a Google map. So the control is called as a Google map, and this is added or this is given by support map fragment. So this is the fragment here. So if you look at the code here says inside your on create, it gets the reference of that fragment. Like say get support fragment manager dot find fragment by ID. If you are using any view like button, linear layout, or maybe list view and so on and so forth, you call the method something like find view by ID. Now I want to get the fragment, not the view, fragment by ID. So to get the fragment, we'll have to use the get support fragment manager, which is going to give me the fragment manager, and the fragment manager can find any fragment by its ID. So what we are doing here, we are trying to say that this is the fragment that am I looking for, which is having an ID equals to map. And probably if you look at this is the map here. So this is the fragment here rather. So this is what we are getting, and then we are calling a method get map async. In a sense, we are asking this application or we are asking this map fragment to give me or to load this Google map asynchronously. That's what we are doing here. Now I think when it gets loaded or when it starts loading the Google Maps behind the scene asynchronously, some of the other time it will finish loading the Google Map. Now when it finishes loading the Google Map, it calls this method on map ready and it gives you the Google Map reference, which you are storing inside your application with the mmap here. And in that you are showing the position with the help of lat long using the lat lng lat long. Let's call it lat long, and we are creating a marker for this. So what you see here, just go back here and say what you see here is called as a marker, and the marker is having a kind of a title here. So if you look at the code here, it shows add marker. I mean the marker options is the class with which we can do it. So add marker, this is the marker options. You are setting the position to the lat long, you are setting the title here, and if you want to set bunch of other things, you can set them on here marker options, and yeah, then you are adding that marker here. Once you add the marker, you can move the camera to show that particular location then. So that's how you will do it. In a sense, you are first going to create a lat long, you're going to create a marker out of it, you're going to add that to the mmap, that's Google Map, and then you will move your camera if needed to show that lat long automatically. You see, that's how we are going to do it. As simple as that. Now I want to show maybe what should I show? Let's say I'm going to show Pune here. So if I say Pune, Google Maps. So I can go to Google Maps here. Google Maps shows me Pune here. That's fine. I'm going to open the Google Maps here. Excuse me. Okay, so there I'm in Pune right now. So maybe this is the Pune, for example. If I click on that, yeah, I can see somewhere here that Sunbeam Institute. That's what we are looking for actually. This is the older office, by the way. The newer office in somewhere in the that somewhere in the Hinjewadi. Probably what am I going to do here is I'm going to literally look for the location here. So probably if you select that, you can click on that share button. And if you click on the share button, probably click on that embed in the map, and hopefully in that link somewhere you will get the location as well. Oh, they have changed it now. Can I? Okay, it's been changed now. That's fine. Or maybe there is another option. You click on the direction, and the direction might give you the option here. No, they have stopped it now. There was a way you can find it inside the Google Maps, but it seems like Google Maps is continuously changing, so can't help. I was just looking for the lat and long from the Google Maps. It was possible earlier, but it seems like they have changed it now. Can I click on the nearby and see it if I find here? No, it seems like they have stopped it. It's okay. I can find the latitude, longitude, or maybe I can say lat and long Pune. Yes, it gives me 18 point blah 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 and 73 point blah blah blah. This is the latitude and this is the longitude. I was looking for this. Actually, Google Map was showing it when you were sharing this link, but it seems like Google has shortened this URL now. Earlier, it was a long URL, and in which case we would get the latitude and longitude there. But it seems like they are now changed it. Actually, you still can find it here as well in this URL, 18 point blah blah and 73 point blah blah. So you still can get it from here, but it was pretty much simpler earlier. It's okay. So either I can get it from here or I can search on Google. I'm looking for the latitude and longitude. So I'm going to copy this. First one is the lat and second one is the long. So I'm going to copy this and put it right here. So this is Google. So this is Pune. Maybe I can say I am in Pune. It's not Sydney. It's Pune. As simple as that. Okay, let me just go back and say run. And hopefully this time when I run my application, I'm going to see I'm in Pune. You see, I'm in Pune. And if I click on that, I see that I'm in Pune. Let me just go back here and try to zoom in. Yeah, I can see that I'm in Pune here. So when we are talking about the lat long, this is the way we can create the lat long object by passing the latitude and longitude, and then we can pass that inside the Google Map by using the marker options. See, this is the way we are going to add a location inside our Google Map. Now let's write a small application to just try to get the data and try to see how we can make it working inside the Google Map. Okay. To do this, what am I going to do? I'm going to create a new package first called as model, and I'll create a very simple example here. So say the class name is location, for example. Let's assume that you are writing a simple application for maybe for those people who travel or who like to travel a lot. So you want to provide them the different location informations. So location information like where the location is, what is a kind of a description, small description about it, title for this, maybe the rating, and so on and so forth. Whatever you decide you want to go for that. So this is a kind of a location class I'm trying to show you here. So probably here I'm going to say what is the title. So probably I'll say private string, title, as simple as this. Next, I'm going to need the description. So private string description. Okay. Next, I would like to know the rating for that. And maybe if you want, you can go for private integer image for this as well. Let's add a couple of locations and let me put them on my Google Map there. Let's see how it is possible for me to do it. Okay, so what am I going to do? This is private, that's right. Okay, I'm going to go for a constructor with all, okay, as usual, and a constructor with none. So this is going to give me a default constructor. Now I'm going to need the setters and getters for all of them. So we got the location class ready here. I'm going to go back to the maps activity here, and we'll create a new array list of location. To be precise, I shouldn't have gone for this location. Wait a second, guys. because later on we are going to use my current location as well. It makes no sense to me to use that location here. Otherwise, every time I'll have to change that location by saying android dot location dot something. So it's better we can just change it and say, what should I put that here? What? Okay, let's put the city right now. So this is the city information. That's better. Okay, so I'm going to create a new array and we'll put some city information here. Let's say this is going to be city, and let's say cities. What? You're not going to do it automatically. Okay, so cities equals to new array list. Okay, and I'm going to put some city information here. So let's go back here and say this is going to be an array list. Better we will do it here first. So this is going to be cities dot add new city, and there we will put some information here. So first I'm going to say Pune. Okay, maybe I'll just go back to Pune Wikipedia. I'll just get some data from there. That's it. So that it will feel like we are writing a simple and maybe a real life application here. So Pune, formerly known as Pune, blah 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 blah. I don't care. So this is the information that I want to show to my user when user clicks on that Pune location. Okay. Next one, very important. How can I forget that? Okay. So the next one I forgot here. That's description, rating, and image. How stupid I am. Rating and image. Rating is out of 5. I want to give this city a 4. So 4F. Then the rating is there. Then we are going to need an image. Let's use Shaniwar. No, it's not Shaniwar. It's the government. This is Shaniwar. So this is the one. I'm going to copy this image, or rather I'll save this image to my application here. It's in Sunbeam 2021 full-time EDMC Android code February 13, application 2 app SRC. I'm sorry, SRC main res drawable. And I'm going to call this as Pony. Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. So I'm going to say r.drawable.pune. That's it. This is an image. And how am I so stupid not to include the other two details? That's the important one. Float latitude. Without that you cannot show anything on the Google map, so we need that. And there is going to be float longitude. See, this is the way we are going to go for it. And probably I'm going to go back here and put them, add that there. And I think it's better we can just create a new constructor here with all of these fields. That's how we will do it. So now we will add two more float values, that's lat and long, which we can easily get them from here. I'm going to show you the Sunbeam's location. It's in Pune, so it doesn't matter. It's a Pune, so I'm going to say this is the first one, and the second one here. That's it. As simple as that. Okay. Of course, that is a float. Okay, so here we are. I think we are getting the first location here, first city here. Okay, that's how we will do it. Okay, I'm going to add the another one. To be precise, again, I'm going to search for Sunbeam Institute of Information Technology, let's say Karad. So I'm going to add the another location, Karad. Yes, here it is. Not the C building. Precisely, I'm going to look for Karad here. Google. Yeah, Sunbeam behind Flora. Exactly. This is the Karad location somewhere here. Will you show me that there? This is still showing me the location. It must be kidding now. Okay, let's search for Sunbeam. That's Pune. Fine. I'm going to search for Sunbeam Institute for Karad. Let's see if I can get it here. This is still showing me. What the hell? This is good, Techity. Am I not getting it from Karad? If not, then I will search for something else. What else can I do? Leave it. So let's say Pune. This is Karad. Okay, I'm looking. It's not Google. It's me actually. Haha. I'm not looking at the correct one. So this is the one. 17, 28, and 73. Blah blah blah. Okay. So this is going to be Karad. Okay. So let's say I'm showing different branches here. So this is Karad. Maybe I'll just add some Karad information here. Don't know how many of you already have been there, but that's very nice place. If you go there, you won't regret, and if you go there, you won't come back here in Pune. It's so cool there, you know. Okay, so I'm gonna search for Karad, Pune, Karad. So you can add all the information there. I think more than 2 lines. That's more than sufficient. I can add the entire code data here, and it makes sense actually. So go for that, and we are having yes one more thing. Correct. Fine. Let me go back. Save this image. Save this image somewhere here as Karan. That's it, and we'll change that to Karan. That's it. So we are having the second city now. I need only one more, and then we are done with that. Maybe my favorite city, or my I mean, where I am from. Let's say Kolhapur. It's another favorite city. It's another city where you can go in Maharashtra. I don't know how many of you are aware about that, but it's fantastic to be there. You know, so that's another one. And I don't know how many of you are from there, but if you are from there, believe me, you are lucky guys. You know. Anyway, so that's a different story. You know. Okay, such a wonderful city. Hmm. Exactly, that's what I was expecting. Let's say Kolhapur. That's fine. I'm looking for some information on that. What the hell? Here it is. That's only one line. It's fine. We don't need much information here to describe that city. Everyone knows it, I guess. That's the reason why Google also is saying, okay, you don't need anything. So just go for that. Let's say 4.3 or 4.5 should I go for? Maybe. And what am I missing here for? Oh, sorry. Here it is. Okay, that's it. I think we need to change it to Kolhapur here. And I think we are done with that. That's fine. I'm okay with it. Now we are having some information. What am I going to do with them? Okay, let's see. First, I'm going to go back here and try to get all of this information for every single location there, right? So I'm going to go back and say for this is a location or for city. So I'm going to say for city, city in cities, right? And then we will get all of this again back to here. Okay, so maybe I'm going to call it as marker or marker options precisely, or better you can say marker, or maybe location. That's even better. And this is not the hard coded values. It's like city dot get latitude and city dot get longitude. You know, probably position is going to be the location here. So that's location, and the title is going to be the title or city name. So city dot get title, city's title or city's name, whatever. So this is where I will go to towards the end of it. So there are three cities we are trying to show. So probably I'm going to go back and try to show them right there. Here it is, and you see that I'm getting all of these locations there, and I'm getting them really incorrect location. That's Pune, that's Karan, and that's Kolhapur here. So you see Pune, Karan, and something like Pune and Pune. I didn't change it. I'm so stupid. Kolhapur. That's the reason I was not able to do it. Okay, so now probably I think my application is working fine. I'll just add one more thing here. Move camera factory new lat long, and I'm gonna change the other one as well. Do I have anything there? Nope, I don't have one. I guess there is zoom by and zoom out. So I'm gonna say zoom by, say 20 or 12. Let's see how big it is or how small it is, the value, and then probably we'll change it to move camera. Is not giving me both of them right now. It should actually. Maybe I can say mmap dot. I'm sorry, mmap dot move camera. I can say camera factory, camera update factory. dot move by or zoom by, let's say 12. Let's see how big it is, how small it is, and then probably we can change it accordingly. 12 is too much, I guess. Let's go for 5. 5 is also too much. Let's say go for 18 or 19. It's too big. I'm so stupid. Let's go for 10. Not able to see anything, isn't it? Uh, we'll say 5. Will you give me something? It goes from 1 to 21. It's still so large. Let's see what it shows when I say 1. Okay, so it is going by there, zoom by this one. Okay, so it seems like I need to look at the latest classes here. I think it's Android. Sorry, Android. That's Google Map, Zoom to marker. That's what I'm looking for. This is Maps 2 version. Maps 2 is having new APIs there. That's what I was wondering to zoom to. That's what I was looking for. I'm looking at the wrong method, not move camera, should I say? Oh, that's right. What am I looking for is the mmap dot animate camera, I guess, exactly. And what is the name of that? It's the same camera factory update. That's what I was wondering, like why the hell it was not working too. So zoom to, and I'll provide, let's say 15 or 20, maybe 15. Let's see how that zoom goes. It is a little bit, little bit zoomed in. Let's go and zoom out. Okay, let me try, let's say 13 somewhere. It's too big. Okay, now it's too space. Maybe let's go for 10. I want to focus on that. I don't know whether you noticed this or not, but probably you see that it is showing me the last location here, right? So this is, it's not covering everything here. It's just covering only last location. It's just because we are doing it in this way. Actually speaking, we should have gone for, India. So I'm going to create one more location here, lat long, let's say India, because that's where I'm focusing on, new lat long. And I know all of these cities are from India. Maybe we can also search for Maharashtra as well. So Maharashtra, the lat long. This is the lat long for Maharashtra here. So this is going to be the first one. This is going to be the second one. And then I'll put that India here. That's better. Okay, so move this camera there onto the Maharashtra location. So I hope I'm going to cover all of them here at once. And no, it seems like it is too big. Let's go for 6 or 5 zoom location. So probably I hope it will show me all of these locations there. Now it's much better. You just try a couple of times. I think it's better we can go for 7 and try. If it works, well and good. If not, oh yeah, that's where we are getting it. So, anyways, I see that these 3 locations are getting covered, and automatically I'm able to see them here. So, probably this is the way we are going to show the locations, multiple locations here, and probably this is where we can, get the information of them here. So, probably my locations are getting shown, so there is no problem here as such. Now, other than this, maybe when we are going for that mmap location, so what am I going to do here? I think it's better we can go for marker options. Let's show options equals to new marker options, and then I will add that marker options here. Now this marker options is having one more method with which we can set that object, I guess. So maybe I can say set the object, or maybe we can go, okay, if it is not the object, then we can go for directly, like which city or which marker I'm clicking on. So what I'm going to do here is, when I select, let's say Pune here for example, or maybe if I say Kolhapur, or if I say Kharar here, I'm going to see the information about that selected position or selected marker into the next activity. That's what I'm looking for. So how do we do that? That's what I'm trying to do it now. To do it, we are going to set the on click listener. So probably what am I going to do here is this. I'm going to say mmap sorry, mmap dot set on marker click listener, and probably I can go for here, or I can go for the another method here. That's okay. So I'm going to say on marker click listener, and this is the marker am I going to get here. That's what I was wondering, like why the hell it is not coming back. So this is the marker. I'm going to go back, and this marker, I mean, you see here, this is the marker. I'm going to go back, and this marker, in a sense, what you see here is the marker. When you click on that, it will automatically call this method on marker click. Let me just put a toast here and say whether I'm clicking a marker or not. So maybe I can say marker selected. So if you select any of the markers, now you will see a toast coming up. Can we, if I click on that, see, if I click on that, it shows a marker. It says marker selected, marker selected, marker selected. See, this is how we are going to select the marker here. Now which marker am I going to get? That can be decided by, there is a method actually with which we can easily do it. If not, then we will have to get our own, exactly, the tag. That's an object I'm looking for. So what happens here is when we are using this marker option, it gives me the tag information. So probably I hope that marker option has a set tag method or simply a tag method. No, it's not. So if not, then we can say marker dot get tag, no, set tag, and there we can set the city object. So what happens here is when we are adding that marker, for every marker I'm setting some extra information, the tag, which is nothing but my city, so I can get the entire city object directly. So I'm setting a tag to that marker as a city. So definitely back, I'm going to get that city back when I select it here. Of course, we'll have to go for the typecast here, and then instead of just showing like the marker is selected, so maybe I can say marker selected for which city, the one which I'm getting here, dot get title. So this city is what we have attached it to the marker. So if I click on that, I'll get the city information for Karad. If I click on that, I'll get the city information for Pune, so on and so forth. So if I run this application now, see what happens here. So I'm clicking on this one right now. It says marker selected for Pune, marker selected for Kolhapur, and marker selected for Karad. You see, that's where you are getting the selected city here. Now, it's so simple actually. You are creating this marker by using a marker options, and the moment you add that marker options into Google Map, it returns a marker. So if you get that marker, you can simply call the method set tag, and you can add the information there. That's it. Now, if I get the city here, probably showing that in another activity, it's going to be so simple, isn't it? So I may maybe rename this activity, main activity, to, let's say, city details activity, for example. City details activity. Okay. That city details activity is where I want to see the maybe the city information here. So I'm going to go back here. We'll change it, and I'm going to go back here. We'll add the padding, or do I need to? No, I don't have to. I'll simply set the orientation as equals to vertical. So what am I going to do with this? First, I want to show an image view which is having a width match parent, and height is, let's say, 200 dB. Okay. Better we will do it in this way. So let's go back to the scroll view. You know, it's better to have a scroll view there. And then we will create one linear layout, which is going to have match parent, match parent. Okay, then the orientation is vertical is needed here. That's fine. We'll add the image view here. And right next to this image view, we'll create one more linear layout, match parent. Maybe you can say what grab content or match parent, doesn't matter. It's better. We can say match parent here. And here also we will change the vertical orientation, but here I'm going to add a padding of 16 dp. you know okay, so I'll add some margin here, margin top 20 dp, and right here we will try to show some information to the user saying, hey, this is going to be the text view. Okay, match parent drive content again. This is going to be an id where this is text title. Here I will show the title for that city, as simple as that. This is text color hash 000, that's black color. Going to be text style bold, and going to be text size as 20 sp. That's it. So this is for title. just go back and get the similar, not all of them, but at least similar text view for description. We don't need this to be bold. We can also add some margin on top, 10 dp for example, not 10 19, it's 10 dp is more than sufficient. That's it, I guess. What else am I looking for? I think I'm looking for a rating bar as well, isn't it? So probably I'm going to go back and say, hey, I need a rating bar. It's better we can show the rating bar first right after this. So this is where I can say a rating bar. Okay, wrap content, you know this. I'm going to set that id to rating bar. Okay, and also I'm going to say enabled. I think you can't do it from here, but let's try. No, you can't. You'll have to do it from programmatically. Okay, so hopefully this is the UI that I'm going to use for displaying the selected location details. Okay, maybe I'll just set it to 300 dp. Okay, so coming back to the city details activity, I'm going to go back and say, hey, show me or give me all the references. There is one text view, which is the text title, and there is another one, text description. Okay, so other than that, we need a reading bar. This is going to be the reading bar, and we need one more, let's say image view, which is image view. I guess I forgot to set the id for that. Exactly, that's it. As usual, we are going to say find view by id, I dot id dot text title. You see, this is going to be the text description. Okay, then there is a rating bar, which is equals to find view by id, id dot rating bar. And finally we need one more, that's image view is equals to find view by id, id dot image view. That's it. So this is what we are looking for, now I'll send the data from my method there on set on click listener into the next activity here. So here I am. I'm going to create I'm going to create that intent is equals to new intent object, so that we can go from here in a sense, we're in the maps activity dot this to city details activity dot class, right? We know this part. We'll say intent dot put extra city, and this is the city object I want to put, and then we'll go from here to there. So activity this one. We cannot put the city object directly because city right now is not implementing something called as serializable. I hope you are all there and I'm not talking to myself, and neither I'm sitting alone here, right? Okay, fine. So where are we? We are here. So city is serializable now. That simply means I can send that city object directly to city details activity here, and I'm going to take an advantage of it by saying get intent. I'm going to write this code directly. See if you can understand. City is equals to get intent dot get serializable extra, here it is, and then I will say city. I hope you can understand this code. It's pretty simple. Instead of writing two different statements, we are kind of clubbing them into one more. You getting it? Or if not, then I will write it like this. I mean, the normal way. It's better I should say normal way. Those who are not able to understand like what is going on, this is what we have written earlier, intent dot this. That's it. You have the city object now, and then you are having the objects for the others, like text title. I can use it for displaying the city's title. So city dot get title. Similarly, description dot set text, set text, which is equals to city dot get description. We have an image view, so I'm going to say image view dot set image resource or set image bitmap, or maybe I will go for set image resource to do city dot get image. That's an integer resource you can go for. And finally we need the rating bar, rating bar dot set rating, which is equals to city dot get rating. That's it. Okay, also I want to disable it, so I don't want anyone to use it or to change any ratings there. So this is for disabling the rating bar there. Now watch what happens here. I'm gonna go back and see if it works. Hopefully it will. Let's give it a try. So now I'm going to click on Pune, and hopefully when I say Pune, I see Pune's location here. Of course, this is scrollable. Right now, there is not much information for it. But when I click on Karad, you see this is Karad. This is much scrollable, and see how simple is that. We are kind of done with a very simple application again. So if I click on Kolhapur here, I see the image, I see the title, I see some information here. Now, what you want to do, it's up to you actually. So you decide what are different things that you need. Guys, you there? Are you getting it? Isn't that so simple? You see? Very, very simple. Yes, it is. I'll do one thing just for the sake of recalling that what we have seen last time. I'm gonna go back and where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Here it is. So I'm gonna add two more fields here. One would be again city. I'm sorry, string. Let's say website, and one will be phone number if someone wants to contact a nearest person and blah blah blah. So that way we can at least use that implicit intent here, and I can show you like how to do this stuff dynamically. What the hell? Yeah, get a create shoot. Create this for now and get that constructor for all of them. Now we are having the light and long. So I'm going to go back to the maps activity. I'm going to get an error now for all of them. And to fix this, we will go back here and say we need a website and something like a phone number. Okay, phone number. I'll just use some dummy phone number here. I don't care. Website. Do I have any website for Pune? I don't know. Let's say, or maybe we can open directly the Wikipedia, Pune Wikipedia, no? So that's fine. We can use this one here. So this is the website I can open right here. So for more information, you can look at this. This is the website. This is the location. This is the phone number. Again, this is website and this is the phone number. Okay. So Kolhapur website is right here. So I'm going to go back and put it right there. And Karad is something I guess we don't have it right now. So maybe I can go back here and say Karad. That's it. So hopefully you see now we are having the website and the phone number. Maybe the phone number is plus line one blah blah blah. Okay, and plus line one blah blah blah. That's it. I mean, where and how you want to show that then? Maybe we can go back to the activity here, activities UI here, and right next to this rating bar, I'm going to create one more linear layout. Which is going to be match bar and wrap content, and I'm going to set the orientation to horizontal. Okay, and I need maybe couple of images here. So on the drawable, I'm going to say right click and say where is it? Sorry, new vector asset, and you select, let's say, a phone number there. For example, maybe I can use this phone or this phone. Maybe I think it's better we can use this one. Okay, maybe 24 is a little bit smaller size. Let's go for 50 size, 50 by 50. Let's say this is IC phone. That's the phone number I'm looking for. And one more, let's go for vector and website. Do we have anything like that? Oh, that's a web. Okay, I'm not kind of worried about this very much. So I'm going to go back and use this one here. I'm going to say IC web. Okay, now I'm going to go back here and say there is an image. You can use an image button or you can use image view, doesn't matter. So wrap content, you see, this is where I'm going to say src, which is equals to at the rate drawable. Let's use the website or website location or website icon, and this is the phone icon. Okay, it's as simple as that. I don't think it is too big right now. I mean, we can just go back here and try to make it a little bit smaller. It's too big. It's better we can go for 20 by 24 by 24. Height is 24, width is also 24. because it's too big to use that 50 by 50, you know. So coming back here, that is okay. It's much more usable at least, you know. So 24 by 24, that's much better. Oh yeah. Now you see there is a website and there's a phone number. If you want, you can put some other information as well. I'm just adding something for, you know, demonstrating the implicit intent that we have seen yesterday. So I need to have those two on click handlers. So I'm going to say on website or on visit website, and let's say on dial, for example, or on maybe phone call or whatever, on dial phone. That's it. So I'm going to go back to my city details activity and we'll implement those two methods there. So this is going to be a public void. This is going to be view v. Sorry, my bad. It's not view pager. It's view. And okay. So right there, I think I'm looking for on dial something. I forgot that. It's on dial phone. Okay. So maybe this is the on dial phone. I hope you can still recall we have talked about something called implicit intent yesterday, right? So I need this intent city in both the methods here because we need a city object there, right? So here we want to get the intent. Now I'll take a shortcut here. I don't want to write the code again and again. You know? It's better we can take this right here. And then we can say this is the intent. Intent is equals to new intent. I want to go to the, I mean, I want to browse the website. How do you do that? You can take a shortcut and say it's intent dot action view. Okay. Then you can say intent dot set data, which is URI dot pass. I hope CD already has got the website now. And then we can simply say start activity intent. I hope you can see that we are not specifying which activity to start or where to go to. We are just saying I want to browse that website. That's it. This is how we can do it. As simple as that. Now, same thing has to be done here, except, you know, we'll use the tel colon protocol, tel colon colon, and then we can say city dot get phone number. That is it. You see. So now I will run the application, and probably you will see that this is going to be so simple. You want to go to Kolhapur, for example, you see some information here, and if you see the website, if you want to see the website, click on that. It goes to the website here. Yeah, that's fine, that's okay. And you know, I don't want to. And you see that this is where I'll get the Kolhapur information. Wow, look at that. Oh, no, 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 I changed my mind. I want to go to let's say Karad now. So if I click on Karad, I can click on that and I will see some Karad information here. Look how simple the application looks like now. And if I want to make a call to someone, you see the phone number is directly available. I can make a call. Maybe I can say, hey, book a hotel for me for next maybe couple of weeks. Thank you. See, I booked my hotel as well. See how simple is that? So probably this is very simple application, but very useful application. Don't you see that? You see? So right now I'm having some dummy information here, but imagine that if you are developing an application like this, maybe traveler helper or traveler blogger or kind of that application, the choices are too many for you. You decide what you want to go for, but you know this can be expanded to a real project, and I hope you might have seen something similar applications right there in a TripAdvisor example. Best example is TripAdvisor. So TripAdvisor goes on the similar basis, you know. So they are having the information from different locations, different cities, different hotels, and whatnot. So they are doing the same business here, and we have written a very small miniature of TripAdvisor here. See, this is the way you can do it. Probably you can think of it as a project as well. It's very good and very nice application here. Play.google.com, and if I'm searching for TripAdvisor, there is one. Yeah, here it is. TripAdvisor. And yeah, this is what exactly we have thought of. And we have created one. It's very simple where to. So you select the city and probably it will show all the information there. Of course, it has some nice user interface, not like ours. But the basic concept, the basic idea is exactly similar. You know? Anyway, so probably you got an idea here how to develop an application by using Google Maps, how to use it by using something like a kind of maybe your own information here, and it makes total sense. So probably choice is yours, what do you want to do, but this is how you are going to do it. Okay, now I'll go for one more simple example of it within the same application itself. So maybe somewhere here I want to also see like where am I in a sense, what is my current location. So how do you do that? Now to get your current location, so when the application starts here, maybe where is it? Here it is. When the application starts, when you go to the maps activity and when you see the Google Maps somewhere here, I want to start getting my current location. So I'll say start looking for current location. How do you do that then? To do this, probably I'm going to use the current location API. So here I'm going to go back and say something like location manager. Location manager is equals to not new. It's like get system service, and it's like location service. So using this location service, I'm going to get the location manager, current location of the user by saying manager dot not registered. I think not registered request location updates, exactly. So I'm going to go for the request location updates. And what do we need? We need the first something like the provider, which provider you want to go for getting the current location. So I can say this is going to be the maybe here itself, manager dot get default provider, or get provider location provider, get provider. And the provider I'm looking for is location dot sorry, location manager dot provider. Which provider? There are three providers: GPS, network, and passive. GPS means GPS hardware. Network provider means cell triangulation system, where you have to use your SIM card, and SIM card gets connected to the nearby antennas, and those antennas will be used to find out your current location. Like police looks for criminal phones by using sorry, the passive provider, not the network. Passive provider is something like the assisted GPS or the cell triangulation system. Network means your IP address. So generally, police uses the network provider for finding the hackers, and police uses the passive provider, that is your SIM card, for finding the criminal's current location. You see. I think I'm going to go with the network provider here. It's a little bit faster. So I'm going to get that provider here. That's the first parameter. Second parameter is like minimum distance you want to travel from and get the new location. I'm going to say minimum distance or minimum time is going to be zero. So minimum distance is zero, minimum time is equals to zero, meaning give me locations continuously. And there you will say new location listener, and probably this is where you are going to get your location here. So I know it's going to give me an error saying, hey, this is why the hell is that? Let's see, location listener or something. What is the name? Am I not right here? That's right, location listener. So maybe I can write it separately, and I can say this is going to be location listener is equals to new location listener, and inside that on location changed, you will see the current location. So probably right here I'm going to say location listener. Okay, so what it is saying, cannot resolve the method request. Why the hell? Let's check this. Shouldn't be the problem. Maybe I can say provider. What does it return? It should be the string. Ah, that's the reason. That's the reason. What am I looking for? Get location update is the string. Am I right? Yeah, that's the string here. And it gives me the provider. I think not get provider then. Get default provider or get provider. This is the best provider is not the one. Not that. Do get current location. That's fine. Providers. What the hell? Okay, let's see. This is location manager dot location manager, or I think that's a location as well. Let's see. Location manager dot. Do I have that? I have the provider here. Oh, I'm so stupid. We don't have to go for that big. I'm going to go for directly the location manager. Dot, yes, that's directly available here. We don't have to go for that. So that's it, I guess. Why is it in all? Huh, add permission. That's what I was expecting. Now, this is where the permissions are needed. Now, when I say permissions are needed, I hope you will see a dialog box here. So, if you get that error, just go and say Alt Enter and enter it. So, what it does here is it checks whether your application has got the permissions or not. If your application doesn't have any permission, it is going to pop up a method saying, "Hey, you have to have a permission here." In order to do it, you have to go back to your manifest file and maybe somewhere here, oh, it has already added a permission for me. So this is the one which is going to show that location permission is needed for your application. Tell me, have you seen any application where if you are using some of the features, then probably you will get a pop-up saying this application wants to make a phone call or this application wants to access your contacts. Do you want to allow that application to do it? You will get two options, allow and deny. Have you seen this before? So this is because of one, user's permission here, and two, the code which we have written here. It's like activity compact dot check self permission, and that can be done with this. Okay, so let us see what happens now. I'm going to run this application here. So as soon as it loads the application, it doesn't display the information here. It doesn't ask me to, allow this application to access the permission for location. So it's not doing it automatically. We'll have to write the code for that. I mean, the other code will be added, but here we'll have to say activity. Why am I writing it? It's already been there. I can just copy and paste if I can, or maybe if I go for something like an activity compact, say something like request permissions, I can do it in this way as well, or I can just look for directly inside Google. Yes, developer.android.com. It's already been there. I know there is a code snippet available there. You can directly go for uh, copying that code exactly. Here it is. So check cell permission. No, not that. Not that. Request permission. Do we have it here? Perform action. Mm, request permissions. Exactly. This is what am I looking for. Request permissions. Do we have here? If not, then we'll have to write on our own. Leave it. It's registration. Sorry, it's what is that? What is that? What is that? Not that. Okay, permission. Add permission. No, not that. Not that. Ooh, here it is. Permission check. It's not needed actually. Check set permission. That's fine, but we need request permission. Do we see anything? No, we don't. Leave it. We'll write it on our own. Then we can go for context compact dot request permissions, or do we have anything like that? Check permission is something we already have done. Okay, check permission is already something done. Then we can say request permissions. I hope this is the one that we are looking for. Let's try that. This is the one, and probably I think we are looking for the permissions. For which permission? I think manifest dot permission dot access find location. That's what we are looking for. That's a permission we are looking for. And the second one is, it's a parameter. Second parameter is request code. We don't need any request code for that. We are just going to say 0 for now. That's it. Now what happens here is, I'm so sorry, we are not in JavaScript, we are in Java. So what happens here is when we are trying to do it, Java, so this is going to be new string. That's it. So when we are doing it in this case, probably what happens here is new string. Sorry. So what happens here is when we are talking about getting the permissions, what the hell? Add permission requires him. That's okay. So when we are talking about this, probably it is going to pop up a message saying, "Hey, your application is going to need a permission for access find location. Will you give that permission, or do you want to give that permission to the user? You see, devices location, it gives me a kind of I mean, it shows me a kind of a pop-up saying this application requires access to the permission. Have you seen this kind of dialog box before? You must have, right? There are two options. Either you can say deny or you can say allow. I'm going to say allow naturally. So if I say allow, let me just go back and run this application one more time. You see that now it's working, and it's kind of giving me the permissions. I've not shown them anywhere, but it will give me the permission for sure. I'm going to go back to the settings. For now, I will move to the application. Where can I see it? Manage applications. Oh, here it is. What's the name of our application right now? It's application 2, I guess. So probably I'll click on the application 2. I'll go back to the permissions, and you see that we have allowed the location permission here. So it appears here because of the two things. One is the method we have used here, checks self permission. We already have given the permission, and second thing is because when the manifest, in the manifest we have used uses permission for access find location. So that's what we already have given. That's good. Now once we get the location, I mean once we find the location here, I want to display the location right inside my Google map there. So for now I will put that location on the console on the log, just to see whether it is really doing the job. Main activity, and probably this is where I will get location dot, location dot get latitude. This is the latitude information we are looking for. I'll say LET let's say LET dot lat long. This is the latitude, location dot get longitude, latitude and longitude. That's it. So this is where we can get the information. I will simply say found location. I can put the information about that right now, but it's okay. Or if you want, you can. It's okay. Let's do it. So location dot get latitude, plus put this one here and say location dot get longitude, latitude and longitude. That's what we are looking for. So we get that lat long, and probably we can say mmap dot add marker. You can say new marker options dot location. Sorry, what we are looking for. We are looking for the position, that is lat long. Plus we want to add the title on it. We can say this is the current location, or I'm here or something, whatever. So this is where I want to get the user's current location, and I want to show it here. Let's see if that really works. So probably I'll have to wait for a couple of minutes to get the location in emulator. Emulator, it takes time to get the location here. So instead of waiting infinitely, it's better we can just go back and run this application on the device. I hope on device it will be a little bit faster. Running this now on my OnePlus, and probably I'm going to switch it to OnePlus now. Yeah, one sec. Running this application right now. It was asking me whether you want to allow this permission. Just a sec. I'm going to go back here and say Visor. It already started showing me the location here. It's too fast on device. I mean, it takes a lot of time on the emulator though, but here it is too fast. Do you see that? I'm getting two locations here. So sorry for that. Okay, what happened here is I clicked on that, and I know this is where a city information is missing, and we are trying to get the city here. That's the reason the application is not working. So here I will check if the marker dot get tag is equals to null. In a sense, this is the current marker. Oh, sorry, this is the current locations marker, and that's the reason why it is not working. So maybe I'm going to say return. Don't do it here. So I mean, we don't have to continue here. So it's better. Okay, continue this here, and here I'm going to say toast, just to say this is the current location. Let's see if it works. It has to. So let's try again. It is so immediate. It is so fast. It's going to go and show this information here. You see, I got the information here. You click on that. Oops, it's Pune. Okay, I'm here nearby. So this is where I am right now. and this is where the current location is. So probably what we are doing here is like we are trying to get the information from the current location, and we are getting it and we are trying to show it. Now, if you run this application on your phone, you will see wherever you are in India or wherever you are actually in the world. So this is the way we are kind of getting the information about the current location, and we are showing it inside the Google Map. Guys, are you getting it? Okay, see how simple is that? So this is the way we are making that application working, and probably, you know, we are trying to show the different locations other than mine. Like I'm showing the Pune, Karad, Kolhapur, and so on and so forth. And on top of it, we are also showing current location wherever we are in the world. You know, this is how we can get the information of that user. Okay. So we are kind of done with it. It's very simple and very straightforward, and we are kind of done with it. That's great. Okay, now enough about this. So probably we are done with that. We are done with all of the basic things here. So now we will change our context and we'll start looking at something like the front end again. How can we use mic for input data? We'll have to go for recorder. Gauri, you have to for recorder. So if you go for implicit intent and if you open the media player, then the media player will allow you to record the audio, and that is how we can go for mic as input data. Okay. So probably that's the way you are going to do it. Okay. So I was saying like now we are kind of done with this. We will change our context and we will look at the front end. And if you can recall, I asked you to install Angular stuff on your machine. Hopefully you must have done that. If you already have done it, then we'll do it together, or at least you can see how it can be done. It's very simple, and you have to recall the React part as well because it's exactly similar to React. It's much simpler than React, but it's needed. It's needed that you need to. I mean, it's needed for you. It's needed for your so-called syllabus because you need to at least write a simple hello world application for Angular where we can get the data from our services. Service in the sense the Express services, Express APIs. We'll see. We'll try to write an application which is going to give you the entire similar application what we have tried last time in React. Okay. So let's do one thing before we change our context. Let's take a break in between. Let's come after the break and then we'll continue further. Is that okay, guys? And today, because we are going to stay a little bit late, I hope we'll take two more breaks, small breaks later. Right now, have your breakfast, be ready with the Angular stuff, and in between, we'll take one or maybe two more breaks. Okay. Okay, so let me just go back here. Let's start the timer, come back after the timer, and we'll continue with the Angular. Open the Angular. If it's not installed, get it installed in between. Okay, come back after the break. You there, guys? Okay, very good. So let us continue further. Let us see the next client-side application, client-side framework, which is something called as an Angular. Okay, so you must have already installed that ng utility by using that npm package. May I know whether you are done with that installation, whether it is installed on your machine? Is it installed on your machine? Okay, good. If it's already installed, well and good, because in that case, you can start writing the code along with me, okay, if you want to. Okay, so let's continue further and see where and how we can use that Angular and how we can, make a simple website using Angular package here. Precisely, this is needed for your so-called exam. You just need to know some basic stuff in Angular. Actually speaking, if you are looking for the different career options available, React is having a good market right now. Many companies are looking for React. At the same time, they're also looking for Angular, but comparatively, React has more market than Angular, and that's the reason why we have asked you people to sit for the React as well, so that if you can get a chance in React, you can further go there. Okay. Anyway, so maybe we will start with a simple application first. We'll understand what the hierarchy is, or how we can start getting the simple application, simple client-side application there, and then we'll understand few more fundamental details needed for getting the data from different servers and so on and so forth. We'll see. To do this, I'm going to go for my application in. I'll go for a new directory. Let's say volumes, data today, and here I'm going to create a new directory, something like Angular, for example. I'm going to go with the Angular and I'm going to create a new application here. So probably Angular is a similar application framework like React, but only difference here is in React you can have multiple pages, or multiple pages or single page. It depends on your application requirement. So you can create a SPA as well as MPA. But in Angular there is no option. You have to develop only SPA type application. That's first difference. The second difference is when you're talking about the React application can be developed in pure JavaScript. I mean, it's not like pure JavaScript. It's like we are going to use kind of kind of extension to the JavaScript. Like we have already written the classes and other new stuff that we already have talked about earlier. The similar stuff is needed in Angular as well, but Angular uses a separate language called as TypeScript. So it uses TypeScript for development, and maybe that's another difference you will find when you compare React and Angular. Okay, syntactically there is no difference. Whatever class syntax we have seen earlier in case of React is exactly same thing. So we used Babel last time. Instead of Babel, you can also go for something like a TypeScript as well. So if you can open the Babel here, you know that this is something we already have talked about earlier. You can directly go to the you can directly go for this, and you can use the Angular as or TypeScript as a subsystem, and then you can start doing it there. So if you just try it out, you know you can write the class person, for example. We already have talked about that. There is a constructor, if you can recall, and the constructor might have something like a name, address, and phone number, for example. You can say something like this dot name is equals to name, and this dot address is equals to address, and this dot phone number is equals to phone number. So this is something which is getting converted to the older JS. Now you may use a React, or if you can go for TypeScript as well, you still see exactly same code getting converted here. So TypeScript and React, both of them are using the similar syntax. It's just the extension of that file is going to be .ts. That's the only difference. Otherwise, this is going to have exactly same syntax that we already have seen earlier. Okay. So syntax wise, there is no difference. The extension is going to change to TS. So we are using a TypeScript language here, which is exactly what we have discussed earlier in React with the newer syntax changes. That's it. Okay, so how do I create a new application with the AngularJS then? To create one, we'll have to go to the directory where you want to create an application and use ng utility. Now again, I would suggest go for the angular.io. You can click on the get started. You will see the documentation here. Inside that, you can go for the get started, and this is the command that will be used for installing that ng utility. It's like Angular CLI. Ng stands for Angular. Now I'm going to create a new application by using ng new my app. So I'm going to say ng new, let's say app one. Instead of saying my app, I'm going to say app one. It's asking me, do you want to enforce a stricter policy, blah 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 blah. I'm going to say no, I don't want to. Do you want to add the Angular routing? No, not at this moment. I hope you already have seen the React router last time. It's exactly similar thing in Angular. Angular also provides something called as Angular routing, which we don't want to use in this application at the moment. So I'm going to say no for that. And it's asking me which version of CSS you want to use here. Let's say CSS or SCSS or whatever it is. I'm going to say CSS. Nothing needed other than that. That's it. You see, it's going to get installed in a couple of minutes, and once it is installed, we'll open the application and start writing simple application there. It's a little bit different than React, but if you can understand the difference between this, the small difference between this, you can write the code easily in Angular. Okay, rather Angular is simpler than React. That's how you can get it. I'm going to go with the app one, and right there, first let me delete that git repository. So I'm going to say rm minus rf dot get. We don't need that. And then we can say code dot. I'm going to open that in my Visual Studio Code right here, and then we'll start running the application. So this is the Angular applications hierarchy. We'll talk about those things a little bit later. First, let me go back and say this is going to be this is how we are going to run the application by saying ng surf. So in case of React, you use the npm start. In case of Angular, we use something called as ngsurf. That's it. This is the way we can do it. It will take a couple of minutes for the first time, and again it's live loading. So if you change something in the code, it will automatically reload the website for you. See, earlier in case of in React, when we were saying the npm start, hopefully you can recall, it automatically opens the browser with localhost colon 3000. Something similar happens here as well. Not automatically, but if you say minus minus open, it will automatically open the browser as well. Otherwise you see here it says the Angular live development server is start listening on port number 4200. You do it yourself by browsing it http colon localhost colon 4200, or if you say minus minus open, it also opens that for you. So this is the default Angular application, or you can say hello world Angular application. This UI is given by the application itself. Okay, so let us quickly understand what are the changes here. What that property or what the hierarchy looks like. There are a bunch of files here. There are files and folders here. So there is something like a browser browser list rc, or something like editor config, git ignore, angular.json, so on and so forth. There are many files here. We are interested in src directory because src directory is where we are going to write the code. The code is already set up. The for the folder structure already been kind of confirmed or already been kind of fixed. We don't need to change anything there. On top of that, we are just going to follow, or we are just going to write the code in src directory as usual. We know that most of the times we write the code in src, so that's what we are going to do now. So right inside this, I'm going to use the the Angular's kind of components, and we'll write the code inside that src directory. Now to understand that, there is something that you have to first look at it, and then you will have to see the difference between this and the React application. When you run the Angular application, when you say ng serve, it starts a live server like what we were doing earlier, but instead of starting with 300 or 3000, it uses the port number 4200. That's a default port. What it loads inside that browser, so it loads a file. If you look at the src, it loads a file called as index.html. So this is the file it loads. But you know what, if I look at this index.html, it looks pretty simple, it looks pretty straightforward. I see there is doc type, there is HTML, there is a head, body, and so on and so forth. We can recognize all of these elements here. We can recognize all of these tags here because all of these tags are given by HTML except line number 11, except this app-root. So what happens here is this tag is not given by HTML. This tag is given by Angular, or this is something like a custom tag. By the way, do you remember guys, in React, when we are creating a component, it could be a functional component or it could be a class component. we use that component as a tag itself. Do you remember that? We already have seen this functionality earlier. When we are creating a component, let's say a class component, for example, we can use that component name as a tag. Do you remember? Did we do that earlier? I guess we already have written an entire application on that, and hopefully you can recall the class or the functional component name or the class component name is exactly what you can use it as an element name. Something similar is going to happen here. All of these are the HTML tags except app-root. The only difference between the Angular and the React is when we are looking at the React at this moment, you can say that maybe you can feel the difference now. This is not the class name. App dash root cannot be a class name because there is a special character dash, and you know in any language this is not this is not preferred and this is not at all used. So when we are in React, we use the class name or the function name as a component name. Here, there is a small change. Instead of using the class name or the function name, there is no function here, there is a class only. So instead of using the class, it uses a kind of a metadata. So let us understand that. In React, this could have been a functional component or a class component. In Angular, this is a component again, but this component is having a metadata in it. How does it start? How does it use the entire kind of platform or entire kind of structure? Let us first understand that behavior, and then we'll come back and look at this from the code perspective. Okay, so just a sec. Let me connect my iPad there and we'll go from there. Okay, so there you are. Hmm. We'll take a sec. Yeah, that's right. So this is what we were doing yesterday. Okay, now I think it makes total sense to go for, okay, maybe I can open that file again, sorry. So what we are trying to start here, I'll keep one page blank in between, or maybe I can write something for you behind. I mean, after this there is something called as an Angular. So maybe you can look at the Angular here. Okay, so what is an Angular? So we said that Angular is again a client-side framework. I'll just write couple of things for your information. Angular is like again client-side framework. So this is the client-side framework, So this client-side framework uses, TypeScript as a language. So it uses TypeScript for development. What is the TypeScript? It's a newer version of JavaScript, you can say, or maybe you can say all the next level changes, ES7, ES8, ES9, all of them are given by Microsoft, and that library, that language is called as TypeScript here. This is given by Microsoft. Remember that. TypeScript. Okay, so this is using TypeScript for the development, and we want to see like how does it work. Again, it uses components for reusable code, or maybe you can say it uses components. And what is a component? It's exactly similar concept. Component. What is a component? Component is nothing but reusable code, you can say, or you can say reusable piece of code or reusable part of your page, whatever you can say. The page will remain same, the component will change from one to another, component will get switched, exactly like what we have discussed earlier in React. So how does Angular application start? Angular application starts with something like angular.json file. Maybe, do I have enough time? Okay, I'll do it here itself, that's better, I'm sorry, one sec. So what happens here is, this is the angular.js. So it starts with this file, angular.json. This is where it starts the file, or this is where the application generally starts. So application says like, I want to load the application, I want to start the application's UI, and this is where the application UI and the application, you can say, the configuration will be found. So angular.json. When you run your application, it loads two key files from this angular.json. One of them is like main, and the second one is like index. So there are two keys here. One is the main and the second one is index. What does that mean? This main represents the main.ts. TS is the extension we are using for TypeScript file, and index is nothing but the UI, which is going to point to where is your index.html. Probably you can see both of them are there in the src directory. So maybe I can say src slash main, src slash index.html. Okay, so these two files will be loaded, or these two files will be read, and then these two files will be loaded in the memory. Now from this main, I'll show you all of these things side by side. So let me go back here. This is my angular.json file. Where is it? Here it is. And this is where I'm talking about the index and the main. So it loads main, it loads index.html, wherever it is from. It's going to load them from src directory. Maybe you can say this is the main.cs, main.ts. Go to the src, you can find it here. So this is the main.ts. Now what main.ts does, I'll show you here diagrammatically. So main.ts, this is the main.ts. Main.ts, it loads the browser. So the very first thing it does, it loads the browser. Maybe I can say that here it loads the browser object, or you can say it loads the browser. And second thing, it starts, or maybe better I'll say it loads, or it creates an object of whatever you can say. It loads something called as ng module. Now what is an ng module? So ng module is something with which we can create one entire application. Module is nothing but, you can say, let me use the color here, this is nothing but, it's collection of components. So maybe you can say this is a kind of you can say grouping mechanism, with which we can say these many components are there inside my ng module. So it's a group of components, something like pipes, something like services, and so on and so forth. It's a group which is called as the ng module. So what does it do? It starts something called as the ng module named app module. Excuse me. This is called as app module, which is an ng module. So where is it getting loaded from? It is getting loaded from this app module here, so which is another file, app.module.ts, and this is the ng module I'm talking about, which is having a class called as app module. See, the syntactically everything is similar except this stuff here, at the rate ng module. Now in React, or in TypeScript precisely, this is called as a decorator, and the decorator is a function in which we will pass a JSON object, which is generally called as a metadata. So what happens here is, when you use that, or when the main.ts loads, it starts loading the ng module, and this is what the ng module is going to do. Maybe I'll make it a little bit bigger here, because ng module is the one which is collection of different components, pipes, services, and whatnot. So this is nothing but my app module, which is by default name of ng module. So this is the class. App module is the name of the class, and ng module is nothing but the decorator we are using here. So this decorator is going to have, let's say, 4 keys there. So maybe I can say this is the decorator. Remember, this is called as a decorator, which is nothing but the ng module. Okay, and this decorator is having 4 keys, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Actually there is a 5th one as well, but we are having only 4 right now. You see, declarations, imports, providers, and bootstrap. So I'll show few of them here. This is the bootstrap. This is the most important one. I'll start from here. This is the bootstrap. Then there are different components. Sorry, we'll say bootstrap, then probably declarations, then we will have something like imports and the providers. Sorry, imports and providers. Providers are nothing but those which are going to provide few services, and the service components are nothing but the providers in Angular. And finally, there is something called as an exports as well, which is not there, but there will be something called as an exports. All of them are nothing but representing few arrays, so this is an array. Maybe you can say this is an array of all components or pipes or directive, whatever you want to add inside your module, that will be displayed or that will be handled or that will be registered inside the it will be registered inside the excuse me, guys. Okay, so all of these components, all of these kind of services will be added inside the declaration part. So declaration contains all the components which are there inside the model. Bootstrap contains, or the bootstrap is the one which is going to say which class am I going to load by default. So by default, bootstrap class gets loaded. All the classes will be declared inside the declarations. All the different ng modules or all the different other modules which are needed for running your module or your module is dependent on will be loaded by imports. All the services will be registered under providers, and all the components that you want to export from the current module will be exported by using this exports array. Main.ts loads something called as app module, which is of type ng module and which contains all of these keys inside the metadata: declarations, imports, providers, and bootstrap. Fourth one is not there, exports, because it's empty. Now, out of this, declarations is going to be a list of all different components available in your ng module. And bootstrap is the one where you can see one of the modules which is getting loaded there. So what happens here is, maybe when you are opening this app module, you must have seen that here inside my bootstrap they have mentioned something called as app component, and this app component is also mentioned here. This is the declaration of app component, and this is kind of saying like I want to start with my app component here. So this is the default component which will be started when I run my application. That will be mentioned inside this one here. So when the application starts, it loads that angular.js as I mentioned earlier, and then it adds, or then it finds all the configuration inside this. You see, there is something called as app component here, and there is something called as app component here as well. You see, this is the declaration part. All the components will be declared inside this. Okay, and then you can say this is the ng module. This is the main module with which your application is going to start. Okay, so this is where the app component is mentioned, and this app component, the one which you see here, maybe this is the startup component, or you can say this is the one which is going to start at the time of application starting. So what happens here is it starts this component here. So this is nothing but the component which we are looking at here. Now this, this is the main part. This is the component. In case of React, you can create any class and say this is going to be a component, or you can even create a simple function and then say you can say this is the component. But here, in case of Angular, this is not the case. The app component, this is the app component which is using a decorator called as component. To make a class as a component, it's not sufficient to say that this is a this is app.module and this is app.component.ts. To make a component, it is not sufficient to say this is a class component or something like a function component. In case of React, we get it we get that extended from react.component. If you are creating a class component, then you say class, let's say abc extends, and you say something like a react.component. That's how you get it, right? So in case of that, in case of React, you probably create your class and say my class is going to get derived from react.component. Here, in case of Angular, we use @component here, which is a decorator here. So this decorator will be used for creating a component here. This is again a little bit different than what you must have seen earlier in case of React. So this is ng module and this is a component. Both of them are something called as the decorators. So this is the decorator here. Now, inside this app component, there are three keys: selector, template URL, and style URLs. I'll mention them here, and probably you can understand what exactly that is mentioned here and what's the use of it. So probably this is also again a decorator, which is kind of a component. Okay, and within this decorator there are three keys. One is like we'll write it from here: selector. What is mentioned here? This is something like a app root. Okay, maybe I can say this is going to be the app root. Okay, next one is style URLs and this template URL. So I'll say the template URL first. Template URL, which is nothing but something like whatever the name is. Maybe I can say this is going to be the app.component.html, app.something.html. I'll simply say this is the HTML file. That's more important. And the third one is something like the style URLs. It's not URL, it's URLs, and there is nothing inside this. So what happens here is it has a kind of the selector here, which is app root, and there are two things here. One is the template URL and the second one is the style URLs. Template URL points to the HTML file. So this is the HTML file here, named for me in this case it is going to be app.component.html. Okay, and there you will have your components HTML. It's not like we are going to have a separate HTML. It's a components HTML. Like in case of Android, in case of React, what we do in case of React, we say something like a return, and then we can return from the function, or we can use the render function, if you can recall render method inside the class, to return the HTML for that component. Do you remember that, guys? In case of React, we use either render if it is a class component, or we can return the HTML or JSX if you are using a functional component. In case of Angular, you are going to write a separate HTML file, and this is the components HTML file. So maybe I can say h1 and say this is component1 and say /h1. So wherever you are going to load this component, it's going to start this, or it's going to load this h1 here. That's it. This is the way you can understand that. This is the HTML part of that component, which is pointed by this key here. So as you see, there is a key template URL. The template URL points to that HTML file which contains the UI for this UI for this component. At the same time, if you are looking for some kind of your style sheets right now, I mean, if you can recall, in our React we were writing every single thing inside that app.css. Sometimes it is difficult to write code in one single CSS file. So when you are creating a component in case of Angular, you can push, or you can say that this is nothing but my CSS file. So you can say app dot component dot css, and this is where you will write all the CSS files. So maybe I can say this is going to be h1 for example, and probably I can say the color is going to be red for example. This is the way we can do it. So what happens here is, when you run this application, it loads that main.ts, which loads the app module .ts, which is going to be having a kind of a class app module, which is having a decorator on top of it, which will make it as ng module. Ng module is a collection of different components, you can say, and this component by default which gets loaded, which is app component here, will have a configuration like the selector is app root, template URL is equals to app HTML, and the style URLs is like the list of CSS files where you can have all the styles related to only for that component. That's it. So this is how it does the job. Now when you run this code, can you see here, when you run this code, you see that inside my components metadata, there is something like a app root. And if you see that app root, that simply means you are having the app root element here. You see, I showed you that index.html was having a app root there. The app root is coming from this particular part. So behind the scene, you see, this is going to happen. It's going to load the index.html here. You see, this is going to be the index.html, which is going to get loaded from src directory again. Okay, and inside this html, this is pure html. There is nothing inside this. This is html, and probably this is slash html. That's it. This is going to be, you know, the title, body, and all of that stuff. It's a simple html file, you know. So here we want to go for something like a head, maybe slash head. If you want to add something here like title and so on and so forth, you can add here. Again, if you go to body, you go and say this is slash body, and probably you will say whatever you want to say, something like h1 and blah 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 blah. And if I say something like this is important for me, I'm going to change that color and say this is where I am going to use, let's say, red color, and say this is where I'm going to use app dash root. You know, there is nothing inside this. There is something like app dash root. So what happens here is this. Now this is important part. Let me just try to make it a little bit smaller so you can understand what is written there. Sorry. So this is app dash root. There is nothing inside this. This is again slash app dash root. Okay, so what happens here is you see the app root here and you see the app root here. Where is it? You see the app root here. Now what happens here is when you run the application, behind the scene the HTML will get loaded as it is, and behind the scene this app dash root element will get all the contents of this HTML here. So because this app dash root is a kind of a selector to select the component, this component will get loaded. Which component? App component will get loaded, and whatever is the UI which we have generated inside that HTML file will get loaded inside it, and plus, you know, it's going to add the CSS file for this particular component there. So when you are going to start the application, it's going to load that index.html and it's going to do this part here. So again, let me mention this one more time. Within this HTML or within this app-root tag, it's going to load the contents of that HTML, plus it applies all the different styles we have written inside this. So if you are wondering, like if I look at that output, the output is going to be a little bit complex. I mean, it looks so wonderful here, but if you see that index.html, there is nothing like say resources, or there is nothing like app one is ready, or there is nothing here. It's just a simple HTML, but it is using app root here, which means the component which is responsible for loading the app root will get loaded. In this case, app component is the one which is having that app root configured as a selector, and within this selector, within this tag, it's going to load the contents of this file app.component.html, and it applies all the styles written inside that CSS. If you wonder, look at that. There is a file called as app.component.html, and you see this is where the HTML is. So if I delete everything here and if I say something like h1, h2, whatever it is, this is app component. You see, if I change this and if I say save, you see that within a second I can see everything is gone, and I see only this is the app component. What happened here is whatever is there inside this app component, will get loaded inside this HTML, so inside this app dash root here. So when you run the Angular application, it loads main.ts, which loads the app module, which is ng module, which loads the app component because it is mentioned here as a bootstrap component. And this is the one which is going to be responsible for handling the tag information, or the tag like app dash root. So this is the job of the component here. when you run your application, whatever is there inside the template URL, this is the template URL, or which is the HTML file for that, will get loaded inside this, and all the different CSS rules written inside that CSS will be applied on top of that HTML here. This is how the Angular application starts. This is called as the Angular applications booting process, sometimes known as Angular booting. So this is the Angular booting with which the entire application will be kind of starting from this, and probably you will get this at the end. Let me repeat myself one more time. There is a main.ts where the information will be found inside the angular.js. You see, it gets loaded side by side. The index.html will also get loaded here. Main.ts loads app module, which is ng module, which loads the app component, which you see here, and that app component has the configuration for HTML and CSS, which will get loaded inside that app root, because you see the app root is the one which is responsible for loading or responsible for this particular component. Couple of differences here. I mean, concept is same. This is app component and this is how it is doing it, right? So probably you see that this is a kind of similar concept. The only difference is, in case of React, we would have used the class name like app component, or the function name like app component. But in case of Angular, we are having a separate metadata. This is called as a metadata. This is called as a metadata. We are having a metadata where the key is the selector, and whatever is mentioned here, that will be assigned, or that will be treated as a kind of the email, the element there, or the tag there. In case of React, the class name or the function name becomes a component name. Here the selector part inside the app component, selector part inside the components function or components decorator will become the tag information there. Okay, that's how we can go for it. That's how we can just get that components UI loaded inside the actual index.html there. I hope you are getting it. Are you? Have you created default application on your machine, guys? If you have created any simple application on your machine, you would notice exactly the same configuration that I am getting here. So if I look at that code, this is how you will get it. Main part here is the src, which is having the index.html somewhere here, main.ts somewhere here, which is loading the app module. The app module is loading the app component because of that bootstrap, and the app component is a class which is having two things: the template URL, style URLs for UI, and the selector for selecting the component. So wherever you write app root, there you will find the app component. And the proof is, you see, you change the HTML code and you will see that preview there inside your HTML file, inside your UI. At the same time, if I go back to the CSS file here and say, hey, I have H2 here, I'm going to change that color to, I'm going to change that color to red. So if I do it, you see, it's going to change here. So it's exactly what I just mentioned here, that it is a combination of HTML plus CSS, and that will get loaded inside this particular information here. Same thing was getting done in React as well, but the only difference was we were having a functional component and a class component. And if you are writing a class component in React, it's mandatory for you to get that component extended from react.component. I mean, why is this? Why is it the change, or why is it the case here? Now, let me show you the difference here. Should I? Okay, I'll put some differences here. Probably you can understand easily. This is going to be the Angular one. So this side is the Angular, and this side, the one which we already have seen. This is, this particular side somewhere here, I'm going to put React. So let us kind of differentiate between these two guys. One, React, there is no difference as such, but this is a client side framework. We don't have to mention this here, but it's okay. This is the client side. This is the framework. Framework means it's the combination of multiple things, while React is also a client side, but it's a library. It's a library in the sense you load that simple JS file and you are done. It's not. This is the entire framework. Okay. Now it uses TypeScript, as I mentioned earlier. This uses JavaScript. JavaScript. Remember that this is a library. React is a library. Angular is a framework. Framework contains many more things there. Okay. Next, we use, maybe it has its tooling. Tooling is nothing but all the you can say the commands or all the executables provided by the framework owner. So this is owned by Google. Okay, this is owned by Facebook. So tooling, it has ng. Ng stands for Angular. So it has an ng utility with which we can do a lot of stuff, like you can see ng new to create a new application, ng serve to serve a new application or to start a new application, or ng build to build an application, so on and so forth. Here there is no tooling. The tooling here is an npm, that's it. So you see, this is how you can, there is no way you can create a separate application, or maybe I have one, sorry, I forgot that there is one actually, but it's not as as powerful as ng. You remember there is something called as the create react app, right? So this is the one we have used. That's only one utility, that's it, but that is used for only creating one. How to start one? To start, we use npm start. So this is the one which is used for create react app. This is the one used for creating one. If you want to run this, you are going to say npm start. If you want to build, you can say npm build. So there we have a separate utility called as the ng. There is no separate utility other than creating a new application in React. That's it. This is the main difference between the React. Another major difference can be used only, let me put that only in red color, only for SPA. You say SPA, you know this. You can say it can be used for both MPA as well as SPA. It depends on you how you want to do it. It's a library. So you can develop an entire application and put that library in between, or you can develop a completely SPA application here. Can be used for both SPA, sorry, SPA and MPA. Okay, SPA and MPA, you know this. Yeah, MPA is nothing but multi-page application. It's like normal HTML pages. So a normal website, a normal HTML website can include a React as a library there. That's a major difference. Angular is not like that. Angular is special framework which is used only for the SPA type applications. Okay, I should start with one more difference. Sorry, my bad, I didn't mention that. When I mentioned it, but I didn't write it. So let me write that here. Maybe I can say owned by or provided by Google, or instead of saying provided by, it's say backed by Google. So Google is the whole and soul for Angular, while Facebook is the whole and soul for React. So backed by React, sorry, backed by Facebook. Okay, you might ask which one is popular or which one is free, which one is powerful. Both of them are equally popular and equally powerful. If you ask me personally, I like React a lot, but I've developed many Angular applications because when the client comes, client has a definite requirement that I want to develop this application in Angular. That's it. So all the time client forces us to use Angular. Maybe they must have heard that the Angular is faster, Angular is blah 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 blah, and that's the reason why they come up with the requirement. So I don't we have developed the React applications as well, but comparatively less React than Angular. That's what I am coming from. And I like React, but in the real world I've developed many Angular applications than React. Whatever, just telling you that React is something which is very popular, but a few clients, at least the one which I'm working with, they are having, they are kind of inclined towards the Angular here. But anyways, when you are going for your placements, you will find that there are many companies who will look for the React application developers than Angular. Actually, it has equal number of openings or equal opportunities, or you can say equal career options. So you may go for one of them and probably you'll be safer there. Okay, which one is faster? Both of them are faster. It's not like one is faster, second one is slower. Both of them are equally fast, equally popular, having equal opportunities. The main difference is Angular is a framework. It has many things, while React is a library. So you can use React in any other application. It's not the case with the Angular. Angular can be used only for SPA type applications, not other than that. Okay. So that's an advantage of React, and that's how I would say React is better than Angular, because you can use React for developing a simple website, or you can develop a complete SPA application with React. So choice is yours. That's the main reason why you can do it. Okay. Gauri, your question, which one have to use? Both of them. If you ask me again, from syllabus point of view, you need to know Angular. From practical oriented perspective, or maybe if you want to go and get placed, you have to do both of them. Again, see, market changes frequently, so I can't just guarantee you that React is the one that you should go for or you must go for. Yeah, you should know both of them. So if a company is coming from React, you can appear there. If the company is coming for Angular, you can appear there as well. So choice is yours, guys. I mean, I can't enforce anything on you. You decide which one do you like, and you can go for it. Okay, the choice is yours. Okay, so hopefully now we see what exactly the difference between the Angular and the React is. We already have seen React. Are we learning React Native? Of course, you. Tomorrow's day we are going to spend for entire day we are going to spend on the React Native. React Native is very simple. Those who know React, for them React Native is a piece of cake, because all the concepts are going to be exactly same. So that's the main reason why we have spent enough time on React. So React Native will be very simple for you, because the same concept, what is the Redux, Store, all of them are exactly similar in the React Native. Only and only UI part will be a little bit different, but rest it's going to be same. Okay. Anyways, we will see that tomorrow. Today, let's focus on the Angular and get the things done. So this is something which is called as Angular booting, and this is how the Angular application generally starts. So remember this path: main to app module to app component to something like this. Okay, now tell me one thing. If I have a variable in my React component, excuse me, I'm going to go back here in the app component first. So if I have a variable like title, for example, as a class member in React, maybe there is a component in React, let's say my component, which is a class component which is getting derived from react.component, and I've declared a variable, I've declared a member there, title. Can you tell me how do I get the information, or how do I get the value of that variable inside my JSX? How do you do that, guys? How do I get a value of a variable inside the components JSX? Simplest question. You kidding me? Now, so you're talking about a plain JavaScript. I'm talking about a React. How do you get the variables value in JSX in the React? Yes, guys, how do you do that? My God, how do you do that? Do you remember curly brackets only, not the dollar curly brackets? Curly brackets. Do you remember the code that you have written earlier? Okay, maybe you have forgotten that. That's why I asked yesterday to revise the React there. Full time DMC AWP. Okay, you can open any of the code there. It doesn't matter. See, if you open any of the code, and probably starting from, let's say, 16, 17 or whatever, you see that. Okay, that's 17, maybe 19. Okay, here it is. This is index.html. I don't think this is needed. We can go for app.js. And don't you remember that? No, they just say no, that is not what I'm asking here. I'm asking for do I have anything here as a simple example? Okay, so this is the this is the part. No, not that. React here. So probably scripts. I'm asking about not even this one. Where is a simple example? Playground. Here it is. This is the JSX file, as a JSX component. Don't you see that? This is how we hard coded the values in React, and then we took the variables here: person name, age, address, email, and then we took the values of them inside our JSX. Do you remember this code, guys? This is what I was asking. If you are having a variable inside class or inside function, how do you get the value of them inside your JSX? You use curly bracket. Same thing is going to happen inside the Angular as well. So in Angular, when you are looking at a class, probably I will go back and use that app1 now, again one more time. And if you see that this is the class which is having a variable, which is having a member title app1. This is something like a title, this is like a app1. Let me just change this and say, why am I doing it? Just a sec. I will open one more window, and within this I'm going to load all of your code here. This is my this is my React code. Okay, I'm going to copy this and we'll put it here. I mean, of course we can't go for a const in a class. You know this, when you are in a class, then you cannot get any variable or const or any let here. So this is a variable, it's a bunch of variables we have added in the app component. So if I go to its UI, if I go to my React UI, this is how we can write the code. Literally, I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Okay, there is no change, except instead of using single, we are going to use double curly brackets. If you use single, it will be rendered as it is. You see, you are not getting anything here. So if you look at the error might be somewhere here. Sorry, the error might be somewhere here. It's saying, hey, it cannot understand that. Fine, we know it's not the way we can do it. So this is not loaded, this is not the one we are going to use here. So we are going to use something like a double curly brackets. That's the only difference between getting the values in React and in Angular, you know. So in case of Angular, you see, I'm getting all the information here. This is the person. This is where you can say the person 2, 41 Mumbai, and person 1 at the test.com. I've converted my React component to the Angular component here. How did we do that? We are splitting the logic. We are creating, you know, a simple class, and we are having all the information about that person inside the class. In case of React, I would have literally written the JSX file from my class itself by using a render method, by overriding the render method. Instead, you write your code here, you go to HTML and you write the code, whatever you have written inside your Angular code. So that is what I like about the Angular part here. It is little bit separate. I mean, the HTML will be written in HTML, CSS will be written in CSS. Not like here in case of JSX. Sometimes, you know, the person who is looking at the React might get confused, like, what the hell is going on? Is it a variable? Is it a string? What is it? It's a JSX, we know, but you know, sometimes it's a little bit confusing. In case of in case of Angular, it's going to be very simple. Do you see that? HTML will have only HTML, TS will have only code. That's it. It's as simple as that. Sometimes that's the reason I like Angular than React. Again, every framework, every library has its own pros and cons. A React is much simpler than Angular. Angular is, I mean, of course, Angular is simpler as well. But if you look at the React, React has a very small scope. It's a library. If you look at the Angular, Angular is a big framework there. You know, conceptually, Angular is really simpler than React, because you know, here the separation is there. I mean, you don't have to think twice. HTML will contain only HTML, and the TS will have only the JS code, CSS will have only CSS code. So that's separation. I mean, this is the separation which is completely missing in case of React, because React is a library and Angular is a framework out there. Okay, so now I see my main component is working. My main component is giving me the data. You see, a very simple example of it. Let me go back to the previous React code, and probably if I look at that, okay, look at this, look at this. This is day 17, I guess. Looking at the playground, this is what we did. Then we created a single object. Okay, I'm gonna get that object here, and we'll write the similar code there. Please pay attention to this one and see if it is possible for you to do it. Just a second, guys. Sorry, no, I'm not sharing my code. Do you want me to share the code? There's nothing here. All you can do here is just copy and paste. If you want, I can share the code. It's not a big deal. Let's give me a second. Okay, I'll do it here on the other side, and it's gonna be Sunbeam Explorer node server.js minus p minus volume slash data slash today slash Angular. That's it. Okay, just a sec. Yes, Ganesh sir, can you please add that token? Yes, I'm not able to hear, but it's my bad, I guess. Yeah, that's right. No, that is right. And this is my speaker. Fine. So, fine. You will get it right? Okay. So, guys, just wait for a few minutes. It will start. Okay. You're adding, yes. Thank you. Okay, so I was showing you that these are the separate variables: person name, age, address, and email, and that's how we got all the information by literally using the double curly brackets there. I'm gonna go back, use HR here again. The good thing is now everything will work like what we were doing earlier. That's another thing which I like about Angular. In case of React, we have to literally write it by hand. Here, it will automatically work. So why am I writing it? It's already been there, right? So this is the information that we already have got. So maybe I can just copy and paste it. See, I'm literally converting the React component to the Angular component here. Maybe I can say person info. Only difference here is here we have to use something like a double curly brackets, a double curly bracket. That's it. That's it. That's the only thing which you need. Otherwise, it's going to be exactly similar. That's it. Yes, on portal. Guys, I think the code sharing already started. So you might go back and you can get the data there. Yes, Manjari, thanks for confirmation. And you see that I'm getting all the information again here. See, this is the way we are going to get the information from a single variable or an object as well. See, this is exactly what we have done earlier. Now I'm going to go back and try to look at the next example here where we were having different arrays. So this is an array of persons. I'm sorry, not here. This is an array of persons. This was a single person object. This is an array of persons. How do I do that? How do I get all the data? In case of React, we would have used persons.map, right? This is how we were doing that in case of React. Here, the things are pretty simple. Okay, I'll wait for you. Are you there? You getting it? What we are doing here? You're able to understand this concept, able to understand this syntax here? It double curly brackets instead of single curly bracket. That's it. Okay. Now this is where I'm going to get the person's data or the person's names. So I'm going to create one div here, which is going to have the person's info or persons. That's it. Person's name or person names. That's it. How do I do that? There is no map needed. There is nothing needed. Watch this and understand this. I want to use a div and I want to repeat this div multiple times. See, what happens here is whatever you want to mention here, you are going to put that or you are going to return it as a map value or as a map, you can say map anonymous functions output or anonymous functions return value. Whatever you are returning from here, just copy it and paste it here. Now, very first thing is it's not single, it's double curly brackets. So that's the first thing which is a little bit different. And second thing is like, where is that person or how do I get that person? So in case of React, we were saying person is every item inside the persons because we are using a map function. In case of Angular, we will literally write star ng for. Star means it's a system. Ng for is called as a directive. This is where we are going to run a for loop. You can say let person of persons. This is exactly right. We write a for loop, for of loop in case of JavaScript. So use the same syntax, let person of persons, and whatever variable you are using here, if you put that in double curly brackets, that object will be given to you. So if you look at the output, you see I'm getting all the person names, person 1, person 2 up to person 7. So if you look at your code here, you can see inside your TS, I think it's too big right now. Let's go back only for person 4. That's more than sufficient. And you see that I'm getting all of these person 4s here. So person 1, person 2, person 3, person 4, these are all person names. And this is how we are kind of getting the data here. The one we are using star ng for, this is called as a directive in case of Angular. So Angular uses directive rather than using a map, and writing directive code is much simpler than a map. So all you have to say there is I'm going to use that p and repeat it for every single element inside that array. So inside that array, every single element is of type string, and that's how we are getting the information about that string or information about that person name. And then we will repeat that p for number of person names inside the persons array. So that's how we are doing the job. Okay, so hopefully we are getting it now, I guess. And probably this is where we are supposed to get an array of all the values, and this is the way you can do it. Okay, I'll wait for a second or two. If you are writing the code, just confirm that you are getting it. If not, even if you're not writing the code, just confirm that you are understanding the concept. We are just converting our React code into Angular, doing nothing different than that, guys. Getting very good. Not necessary that you have to write the code, but at least need to understand what needs to be done and how you can do it, how you can do all of these things here. Okay, so I think we have converted the React code, very simple code here in case of Angular. Now let's go back to the next example, F4, and if you can look for it. Do I have? No. If I look at the F4, maybe this is an object, fine, and this is an array of objects, right? So this is how we were converting the data. See, I'm going to repeat every single thing here and show you the newer syntax. The best way to learn a few things here. You see, that's a products list of products here. This would have been done in case of Angular, sorry, React. Just copy that return part, put that in HTML, and you see I want to repeat this div number of times. So whatever you want to repeat, I want to repeat this div here. So whatever you want to repeat, just go here and say star ng for, and say let product of products. Product is a temporary variable we are using here, and that is referred here as well. So this is going to be a double curly bracket again, double curly brackets, again double curly brackets, again double curly bracket, and again double curly bracket. Okay, now this is a little bit different. This cannot be done here. There has to be a question mark, that there has to be a kind of you can say ternary operator. Even simpler than the React, I guess. That's it. So if I go back here, you see I'm getting the information right there. What the hell is that? Oops, I'm writing the code like this. Okay, so this is the review, product.review. What is that? If it is nothing, then we will return that. Ah, you are writing it this way. Okay, sorry, I didn't see what exactly we were doing there. Actually, this is something which is missing. So you might go back and you can see if it is available, you will see it. If it is not available, you will not see it. As simple as that. There is a better way to write it. Right now, I'm just going to say this one. There is a better way. We'll see that in a second. And probably this is where you can say a good product. You see, there is nothing here. There is a worse product and there is nothing here. It automatically does that job. We don't have to check whether it is available or not. It's even simpler, isn't it? React is a little bit difficult to understand, but Angular is very simple. You see, we don't have to do anything for that. You don't need any HR there. We just get all of them, or better we can have HR. It's okay. So we are trying to get all the products here, right? So I'm going to go back and say this is H3 products, so we can understand that this is a little bit different part. This is the list of products. We'll get them here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. So when we are talking about the Angular is way simpler, and this is how we are doing it. Okay. I'm waiting for you guys. If you say you are done, you are getting, probably we can look at the next part. It's very simple. We are just copying the React code in Angular. That's it. Not copying, converting it into React. Converting it from React to Angular, sorry. Done? Good. Okay. Let me show you a couple of more examples now. So this is how we are getting the information from one single component, a person's information, products information inside one single component. So this is only one component we are loading. Okay. I'll stop this project here. I will literally go for the new project and we'll do something there. So coming out of that app one and creating a new application, ng new app 2. This is the way we are going to create a new application there. Nope. Sorry. Nope. Yes, CSS is the one that I want to use. It will take a second or two. And once it is done, very good. So I'm going to go back here and say this is the app 2 now. And let's run this application and say, how do I run the application? It's ng surf. Before that, I want to open that application in my Visual Studio Code. And now I can say ng surf. Okay, so let me run this application. And once you start this app, it will open in default browser with 4200 as the port. I did use ---- open. That's the reason why I didn't do it. But otherwise, if you say ---- open, it would open it automatically as well. That's fine. It's okay. So now we have that already ready. So I can see this is the default one. This is given by Angular. Sorry, this is given by app component HTML. So we don't need this. I'm going to literally delete that. And you will see the website is blank now. Okay. Now, what are different things that I can do here? And there are many things actually. So right now, I'm going to write a very simple application. And when I say very simple application, guys, is it okay that if we write the same application that we have written earlier in case of React, that notes application, do you remember? So let us write that notes application here and see how simple it is to create that application and to complete it hardly within an hour. Hardly, I'm saying. Okay. I think it's better. Should I or should I not? That's the question. Okay, let's do one thing. I know I'm taking a break a little bit earlier, but I think it's better we can take a break and we'll continue writing the application non-stop. I don't want to take a break in between. So those guys, if you are not having the application yet, I mean, not the ng and other things installed on your machine, I would recommend go ahead and first install them, then copy that code, the server code, which is, I don't know on which day we have written that, but the server for Notes app, use that. I mean, copy it in the current directory today, in today's directory for now, and then start running this application, server application, and then we will write this application, non-stop application there. Okay, won't take more than an hour or so to develop the entire application there, and you will see how simple it is to develop an application in case of Angular. Okay, so be ready with it. We'll take a break right now. We'll come back and then we'll do the next part. Okay. We'll go back, say 15 minutes timer, come back after the break and we'll continue with the next application. You there, guys? Ready? Okay. Let's go then. Let's start developing that application again. Just a sec. Not sure whether we have that diagram yet. I'm looking for it. If we can find it, I think that's wonderful. Anyone recall in which file did we create the diagram? So we could directly use it, and then probably, we can get that one here. Does anyone recall where did we create that? I think this is the one, I guess. Yeah, that's the one, I guess. Correct. So let us do this and see how we can start getting the other things there. Okay. So guys, please be with me. It's very simple application, but I want you to pay full attention to it. I'm not sure like whether you will be able to write the code along with me, but try to do it. If not, don't be again, don't bother about this right now. If it is taking too much time, do it with a little bit pace on with your own pace later. Okay. Okay. Just a sec. Okay, so let us start with this. This is what we are going to start with, right? No, not that one actually. I'm not sure where is that notes application. Leave it. If it is, even if it is not there, it's okay. Does anyone recall where is the server application here? Does anyone know where is the notes application server side? I can copy and paste it there. Yes, guys. Anyone recalls? Where do we have the server for notes application? Was it the last day? I guess. Day 23. Ah, that's what I was looking for exactly. So that's good. We found it. I'm going to put that right here in today's location. So if you are writing code along with me, it'll be easy for you to not just do the job. I'm going to say cd to this server. We'll first install all the dependencies. Very good. So hopefully if I say nodemon server.js, very good. It started running. Good. Now I'll start developing this application. Okay. So we'll have login, we'll have logout. We'll have the sign up, then we'll have note list feature, and then we are having note create note feature. Okay, those are the features we are going to use. And if you can develop this application all together, probably you will get the complete picture clear. Okay, so let's start with this. I already have created this application here, so probably I'm going to start writing that code inside this application. So app2 is nothing but our notes application. Okay, so what are different things I need? I need a few new components here. See how we can create a component in case of Angular here. In case of one second, I don't want to use this one because if I do it, then we'll have to write too much of code here on our own. So it's better we can just go out. I'll keep that Angular application as it is, and we'll say ng new notes app. So this time I don't want to go for this, but I want to add the Angular routing. Why? I'll tell you that later. So right now I'm going to say yes here. Last time I said no. If I say no, I'll have to write again couple of lines of code, which is not needed because I know the default template is going to have it. So just change it if you are using it that way. Yes, CSS is the one which we are going to go for, and that's it. So this is where I've enabled the routing part. That's the only difference. Okay, the rest of the things are exactly similar to the last time. Okay, it will take a minute or two. You have done? No, it's okay, Pooja, or otherwise you can use a separate project. It's okay. Even if you say no, we'll have to write a couple of lines of code. I'll show you what code you can copy paste. Or if it is possible, create a new application and say yes. That will be wonderful if you can do it. I'm going to go with the Notes app, or better, you can create an application name as a Notes app. So it will be easy for you to say it's a client side of it. Okay. And here we are going to say ngserve. So here we will start writing the application. By the time you are creating the application, let me go quickly and maybe I will create the UI for you very quickly. This is going to be the Notes app. Maybe I can say this is Notes app UI. So this is where we are going to create the application. You see, there'll be a login application. So there'll be a login component here. I'm sorry, it's too big right now. I think, yeah. That's how we will go for. That's a login component. That's a sign up component. That's how we will do it. Then there'll be a home component. Let me make it a little bit bigger. Okay. There will be a create note component. And there will be a note list component. So that is how we will lay out all of these components there. And if time permits and if you are still available and you still have energy, we'll go for the next one as well. I mean, it's not needed, but just for your example. This is going to be a login component. Guys, please create application by the time saying routing is needed. Login, sorry, sign up component. Okay. This is going to be the home component. This is going to be create note component, and this is going to be the note list component or notes list component, whatever. Notes list component. I'll say comp for component there. Okay. On top of it, we are going to write, or we are going to create a kind of a notes app navigation. Exactly. There is no change here. I will say notes and about. If you want, you can create an about screen and you can put that there. Okay. If time permits, if you want to do it, you can do it yourself. Or if time permits, I'll show you that there. The last component here going to be about component. About component. That's okay. So here we are going to take the input from username and password. This is going to be a button login, as simple as that. And there'll be a sign up link, which is going to link to that sign up component. We are going to get the sign up information from user, so on and so forth. You know what needs to be done. I don't have to repeat that, but this is how we will start creating the Angular application here. Okay. So let us create all of those components there. So I'm going to go back to my, did I not open that? So sorry for it. So let us create this application and let us start creating those different components. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 components. Now open the terminal within your notepad, within your Visual Studio Code, and use the command ng generate component. The name of that component is login -- skip tests. In a sense, I do not want to create any kind of TS file for that. Use this command. I'm going to copy and paste it on your chat here. If you want to do it along with me, you can do that. So this is going to create a login component. Watch what happened here. If you look at the SRC inside app, it has created a folder called as login, and it has now created those 3 files: .css for CSS, .html for HTML, and .ts for writing the code. We need 6 components. So this is my first component, login. Do not say login, say login component, just say login. That's it. Just say sign up. So it is going to create a login and sign up component. So you see, it has created a new directory. Inside that, it has created a sign up component. Earlier, it already has created that login component and stuff like that. Okay. So that's login component and that sign up component. We need a few more components. I'm going to go back here and say, what is this? This is going to be the generate component, create node component, or add node component, whatever you can say. This is where we are creating the create node component. And then lastly, I'm going to say note list component. We need one more about, as well, about component. You see, We are looking for about, login, sign up. I need one more, home, but we don't have to go for home component. We can use the app component itself as a home component there. So we really don't have to create a separate component for that. We are in Angular, and in Angular, the app component can be considered as the home component itself. So this is how we are going to have 6 different components. And precisely if I look at that, this is my default app component, and rest of them we'll see there are 6 different components out there. Okay, I hope you are done. So this is how we will generate all the components. See how simple is that? We don't have to create the file. We don't have to literally go and start from scratch. You can use the command, and the command will be giving you the component by default. So everything will be done automatically here. Okay, so that is where the sign up and other components are. I think those are now done. We can continue further and start creating the next stuff. You see all of them are registered here inside my app module, and you see the bootstrap is nothing but the app component. This is where the application will start. I want to add the bootstrap component, sorry, the bootstrap CSS. So I'm going to go back here and say get bootstrap. You know that this is the style we have to add, or CSS we have to add inside index.html. Same story, no difference between this and this. No, I'm going to go back and use this JS as well. And that is it. So we now have the JS here. Sorry, we now have the Bootstrap JS here. So hopefully my UI will be having all of those things which are needed for your UI, maybe the application here. So this is a blank part you see right here. Now I will create a UI first. UI in a sense, I'll create the maybe the user interface by using the navigation bar. So we can go back to the docs here. We will go back, or why am I doing it? Do you remember where did we create the React application, guys? Or was it the front end? Oh yeah, that's the front end, I know. So let us open this front end, and I'm sure if you can recall in SRC, probably in app.js, we are having a navigate component, I guess. Yes, navigation component somewhere here. And we have created this entire navigation here, right? So let me copy and paste that navigation part, the nav part, literally as it is inside my app component. Look at the way I'm writing the code here. This is the app component where I'm writing it. So if I do it, you can see that in my app component, I would see something like this one here. So what it is saying, okay, there is some mismatch, I guess. Something is not matching. Yes, nav is there, this is there, logout button, blah, blah, blah. What it is saying, Angular compiler, that's right. Okay, it's better we can start looking at it one by one, or it's better we can just. Okay, so let's cut it out. Okay, so there is a problem here itself. Sorry, my bad, guys. This is class name. How can we use the class name here? I'm so sorry. We are copy pasting the code from there, right? That's the reason. We can't use class name. This is the class attribute that we are used to use. This is pure HTML, guys. So this is nothing different than that. This is the class, something which we are using here, which is this. Link is not the one. So link is something we don't need that. Again, home is something, I mean, link is something that we can't use here. This is not React, guys. So in React, we can use this, but this is not the one we are going to use here. This is not possible. Still there is something, This is not the one. Sorry. Yes, now it is there. So we have just removed the React part of it, and you see that now I'm getting the UI here. It's exactly similar UI that we have seen earlier, right? So we are having the UI, and the UI is having the home and about and logout. Logout is the button, which is doing nothing right now. We'll see each and every single thing one by one, step by step. Okay. So we have our we have our UI ready, and probably it is kind of showing me almost similar UI for that application we created earlier. Okay, now I'm going to say I'm done with this UI. Let's go for the create UI, login UI. I'm sorry, the node list UI. Sorry, nodes list UI, about UI, login UI, and sign up UI. We'll first create UI elements for all of these components here. I know it's going to take less time if you do it in this way. So probably I'm going to go back to my app module somewhere here. And for time being, I will start with the login component. See, the Bootstrap component is login component, and that's what I'm doing here. If you do it, you will see an error here, because if you want to load that Bootstrap login component to start with, it's not the app root, it has to be app login. So I'll have to go back to my index.html, and we'll have to change this to app login, and that way, you will get the app login here. This is the way you can do it. I mean, there are a bunch of ways you can do that. This is how we will first create the UI, and then we'll start linking them one by one by using the routing procedure. Okay, we'll see it. Or if you want to do it in this way, maybe I'm going to say app route, and sorry, we are going to use that original configuration as it is app component. This is where the original components app component is shown. And if you want, you can first enable the routing part. Now, to enable the routing part, do you remember, guys, how did we do that in case of React route? Anyone recall how React route works or React router works? Do you remember that code? If you can, we have used a library. If you look at the app.js, we have used a library, React router DOM, right? There is a router, there is a route, and there is a switch. So we used a router. Inside that router, we used a switch, and we said that this is the route which is having a path equals to this and component equals to this. Guys, are you there? So watch this. Now it feels like a deja vu to you. So probably you see that in my Angular, because I said I want to have the routing support, you see that along with the app.module.ts, it has added one more module.ts called as app-routing.module.ts. In a sense, now routing module is created separately for you, which is saying this is the routes. I mean, this is the routes, which is kind of collection of routes. So probably whatever code you have written there in case of React, route, path, and component will be almost similar here. See, this is the collection of different routes. So I'm going to say this is my object here, where the path is something like a home. We don't need slash here. We just say home. We just say add note. We just say about, and so on and so forth. So we might say home, and the component, it's going to be exactly like this. The component is going to be app component here, because for me, app component is nothing but a home component. Next, this is my first one. Second one is going to be something like, what was that? Let's say about, for example. So this is an about. You see, this is the component, and I can say this is about component. See how simple is that? Next, I need add note, sign up, and sign in. So I'm going to copy paste this and say this is going to be add note or create note. I'll change it to create note now. This is going to be sign in, and this is going to be sign out. Okay, so this is going to be create note component. This is going to be, sorry, this is going to be sign in component. No, I think login component. This is going to be, it's not sign out, I'm so sorry, it's sign up, I should have said. So this is going to be sign up component. That's it. See, this is exactly what we have done inside my app.js here. This is where I'm adding the code inside app-routing.module.js, and this is the code that is going to get loaded. So Pooja, if you already have used the older one, this is the file that you have to copy and paste. And make sure that inside my app module, you are saying that your application now depends on the app routing module as well. So the other two things that you have to copy: one, the entire file app-routing.module.ts, and second, you have to say 20 on line number 20 somewhere here, app routing module there. That's the only difference here. Okay. Now what's the benefit? See the benefit now. Because we have specified the routes, I'm going to say /home. See what happens. It is loading the app component here. Next, if I go back, say create -note, see, it is saying create note, is it? Okay, it is saying, oh, because we have not yet done enabling the router. Very good. So I think this is how it is going to load, but it doesn't know where to load it, So if it doesn't know where to load it, probably I am going to go back to my app component here. Sorry, app component here. And do you remember when I say switch route at this place, or one of the components will get loaded here. In case of Angular, if I want that component to be loaded next to that navigation here, so maybe I'm going to use a div, and probably right here I will go back to where should I go back to? Should I go back to something like router outlet? Now, what is a router outlet? Router outlet means if one of the APIs, I don't know whether you see this here, but it already started working here. So if the route or the path is matching to one of the components. So if I say, I want to go back, say create node. So when I say create node, the component which is specified for the create node, look at the app routing module. Here we said the create node is the path. It should load the create node component. It said create node works. Every single HTML file has the node, I mean, so something like something works, like about works, home works, create node works. So if I just go back here and say something like login, for example, you see the login or sign in, I guess, sign in, sorry, there is no login, there is a sign in. So sign in, you say login works. Or when I say sign up, you see sign up works. So all of these components are working here. This is the signing, and this is finally the about part. You see, inside about it says about works. As simple as that. Okay, so hopefully the things are really working here. And if this is not a home, actually, this is going to be the notes or note list, whatever you can say. So what I want to do here is I want to click on that notes and want to load the notes here like this note list. This is what I want to go for, or notes list or note list. What was that? The note list, I don't have it. I don't think home is needed. We are going to go for the note list here, and then we can say note list component. So if I say note list here, I want that note list to be added here or to be shown here. Sorry, note list. Okay, so this is what I want to do here. So how do I do that? Right now the page is getting loaded automatically. If you have paid attention to this one, it's loading the page. I don't want to load that page. I want to do it automatically. To do this, I'm going to go back to my code and probably right inside this, inside my app.component, I will say, instead of saying this maybe span, I will use anchor tag, and inside anchor tag, I will say something like router link, which is equals to slash, where you want to go to, let's say slash note list, which is kind of notes. Similarly, I'm going to go back here, change this, and say this is going to be about. The path is nothing but slash about. You see, now see what happens. So look at that. It already has changed it. So if I click on that, it says note list. If I click on that, it says browse work. Similar to that React. Do you remember my UI or my web page is not loading? You see, notes about, notes about, notes about. See, it is exactly similar to the React. As simple as that. Now arranging it, it's very simple. We don't have to even go for this. It's okay. We can just go back to the CSS, because the CSS will be loaded for that. I'm going to go back here and say this is the anchor tag, where we are going to say the decoration text. If you can recall, we already have done that there. So this is going to be a CSS where the decoration, I'm sorry, text decoration. What am I saying? One sec. So this is where we are going to say text decoration is going to be none. We don't need that. We want to add the margin left as 10 dp. I'm sorry, 10 px. On the margin right, we are going to say 10 px and see if it works, if it looks better. Yeah, looks better, So about is working, notes is working. As simple as that. See? So probably things are really working fine, So let me go back to the notes part first, and let's create a UI for that. Now notes part is going to be very simple. It's just going to be a list of notes. So what am I going to do here? I'm going to say h1, I'll say notes, and here I'm going to create a table. It's pure table, a table like table, So this is the table which is having a class called as a table. Along with that, I'm going to have class called as table stripped, and then we will say this is t head, tr, there will be a th, we will say number, that's a serial number, for example, or you can say id, for example. This is the node title, This is the note description. I don't know what are different things there, but at least I hope these things are there. Title, note, title, description. What other things are there? Do you remember? Anyone? We'll have to check that now. This is the header. Action components is this. Sorry. Let's look at the screens and you will see the home component. Title, header. Oh yeah, here it is. Header, contents and actions. There's no description. There is something like a contents and there is something like an action. So we are having this code here, this is the TR and T body and TR. Okay, let me copy this here and say this is going to be the T body. This is the T body and this is the TR. Of course, we are going to say this is double brackets, double curly brackets. See, if you know Angular, if you know React, writing the Angular part is a piece of cake. Of course, you will need some time to go for adjustment between the syntax, but things are really simple. I want to run this or I want to create multiple rows. So ng for, which is equals to let note of notes. We do not have anything called as notes yet. So if I go back here and if I create a notes directory, notes array, this is how it will go back to the notes and will show all the notes here. I think it's too big, isn't it? So if I go back to my app component, I'm going to use this div with a class, something like a container. So container is nothing but it's going to start or it's going to load everything in the middle. That's it. Now I want that notes to be appear in the center part of it. Remember, how do I do that? We did that by using a class like title, for example. So this is the class and I'll say title. You know what? I want to do it for every single component. So instead of writing that title here, I mean, it's going to work for sure. So dot title is going to be like text dash align is going to be center. And we want to add the margin, let's say 20, not only top, we are going to say margin is going to be 20 pixels. It's going to work, I know for sure, but I want this to be copied in every single one. I mean, I want to do this in every single component, right? So instead of loading it here, let it load like original one. And instead of loading it in per CSS, there is a file called as styles.css. So styles.css means the global styles. So whatever you load here will be applicable for every single component there. It's like app.css you have done earlier in case of React. So this is list of nodes. We don't have anything yet. That's the reason why it is showing up empty right now. Fine. Let me go back to the about and do the same thing here. So coming back to the about, not needed. I'm going to say h1 dot title, h1 class title is going to be about. Okay. And I need some paragraph. I don't care about this, what is there inside it. For now, I will go back to sunbeaminfo.com and just copy the about part from it. I think I just need some information. Doesn't matter which information is there about it. Sorry. So this is the one. So maybe I can say this is my first paragraph. Okay. This is my second paragraph. This is my third paragraph. This is my fourth paragraph. That's it. Not more than that is needed. I think it's more than sufficient to start with. You see, it's now showing me the about us component. This is notes component. This is about us component. As simple as that. Guys, are you there? Are you getting it? How you are changing the component or how you are adding the routing support? See, how simple is that? I told you it's going to be very simple because, it's kind of, maybe you can say it's a kind of, it's kind of the same philosophy. It's just a little bit code syntax is changed here, but ultimately it's the same philosophy. So this is how we are going to load the about component. This is how we are going to load the notes component. Inside my notes, I want to have a plus sign here. That's going to be my button, So what we are going to do here is this. Let us go back to the notes component, notes list component, and add a button. So this is the button. I'm going to say button btn. All of my older, the shortcuts They are going to be again visible here. So they're going to be a success or primary or info, whatever you can say. And I want to go back to the other side of it. So I'll say float end and we'll call it as add note. So this is the one, add a note. So if you click on that note, I want to go to the create note component. How do I do that? Instead of using button, you can go for an anchor tag. And if I'm using an anchor tag, I can do it easily by saying router link. We saw that last time. It's going to be create note. This is the path that we have decided. It's still considered as a button. I mean, it's still shown as a button, but this is an anchor tag. So you click on that and you will see here, create notes works. You see, I can go back, I can click on that add notes, and yes, I see that. No push, nothing. It's just as simple as that. See how simple is that? Okay, so right inside this, let's create the UI for that create a node. Where are you? Create node. So probably here again, as usual, I'm going to use that title and we'll say create a note or create node. That's fine. How do you create a note? To create a note, I think we are going to need the form group. Okay, inside that, we'll need a form and then form group. That's better. So we are going to say form dash group, right? Inside that there is there's going to be label. Label is going to be something like something like say title. This is going to be the input form dash control. Maybe if you want, you can add the placeholder. We can say it's not needed. I'm not going to waste too much of time into it. So this is my title part. Okay, this is the content part, I think. And if I want to get the content, this should be a text area. This is going to be the contents. So if I click on that add notes, it says create note. It's going to be title. This is going to be component. I'm missing something. I think MBR something, MBR3. MBR, no, MB1 sec. That's a new thing. I generally don't use that, but it's okay. Let's see. That's MB3, exactly. Oh, it should have worked then. Okay, form group is not needed. Sorry, this is the older part. I'm used to these classes, so still not looking good. Why the hell? Okay, it's MB3, MB3. I think this is not needed. Oops, didn't mention MB3. Now that is okay. So this is title. This is the contents. I think it's too big. I understand, but it's okay. Doesn't matter. If I click on notes, I'm going to say see title, notes, and the ID. If I click on that, you will see a create note part. It's very simple, Again, I'm going to go back here, get this MB3 div, and probably I need those two buttons, button BDN dash success. Okay, here is going to be like add and cancel or close, whatever. So hopefully you see there is a button. I want to move this to the float right. So float end, in the sense float right, the cancel, and I think better we can use it danger, you see. So this is how we are going to do it. It's very simple UI, and probably it is going to work out later, It's going to be something like better we can say div dash row. We need a div call MD4, call MD4, and call MD4. And in between this, I'm going to copy and paste that. So it will be kind of, oh, it's too small, isn't it? So probably I'll go for 6, 2, 2, 6 plus 2 plus 6 plus 2, 8 plus 4, right? So maybe I can go for, that's correct. 6 plus 4, 6 plus 2, 8 plus 2, 10, right? So 2 plus 2, 4, I need 8 here. So it would be kind of, it's better now. So I can see there is a title, there is a component. That's it. This is my create node component, as simple as that. So again, I can say notes, I can say about. If I'm in notes, I can click on create node, it works. Now, last two UI elements, one is going to be the login or sign in, I guess, sign in. It shows login works. So again, I can copy and paste that entire UI inside my login component. This is not the create note. It's going to be sign in, you know. Okay. Right here, I need email. Okay. Type is going to be email. This is going to be the password. We know that this is the password. Simply means it's going to be input form dash control of type password, right? And this is not going to be add. This is rather going to be sign in. And there is no cancel. There is something like register or sign up. That's it. This is the sign up UI, email, password, sign in and sign up. So when you click on sign up, it's going to go to this component here, sign up component. So probably instead of saying button, I can take a shortcut. When there's a static need, in a sense, the statically you can go from here to there. It's not going to change. Then we can use it, anchor tag. Again, it's going to be router link. It's going to be sign up. See? So what happens here is when you click on that sign up, it goes to sign up component, as simple as that. Now I really don't remember what all things that we were looking for inside this. So I'm gonna go back to the user sign up, first name, last name, email and password. So we need two more. This is a login component, this is create node component, this is login component. That's fine. So what the hell, there is a sign up component. Where is that? Where is that? Where is that sign up component? Oops, sign up component didn't work. Oh, we haven't added any code for that, right? So we need email password for sure, right? What did I do? Okay, I think this is what I'm going to copy and paste. This is the first name, last name. This is going to be email, fine, password, fine. There is no problem here. And this is going to be sign up. And this is going to be sign in. Okay, I'll say, inside this one, I'll do one thing. Should I? I should rather. Okay, so let's say class float int. This is what I guess we did. Existing user, then sign in here. Router link / sign in. I'll say sign in here. Existing user sign in here. We'll go to sign in and we'll change this one as well. So let me copy this, go back to the login component. And I'll say new user, maybe sign up here. Okay, so new user sign up here. If you're existing users, just sign in here, as simple as that. I forgot to use this one here, so let me copy that inside my sign up and come back and change this one here. Okay, so sign up, this is the sign up and this is the sign in. You see, it's really working fine. This is the notes rather, create note. And if I say about, things are really working fine. Guys, if you want, I can wait for a minute or two. Let me know when you are done with it. Don't write code on your own. It's going to take a lot of time. It's better you can just copy and paste for now. Later on, when you are doing it on your own, you may write the code with your own pace. Anyone writing code, guys? Is there anyone? Okay. Are you writing it down? You're done. Very good. Thanks, Manjari, for confirmation. What about the others? Are you writing it? And if are you done with that? Done. Got one more. Yes, we shall. Okay. Okay. So probably I got couple of done. So that simply means those who are writing the code along with me, hopefully you are done. If you're writing code and if you want me to wait for a couple of more minutes, just let me know. I'll wait for it. But see it. Anyway, so now it seems like the things are working fine. Let's go for main part. Now, I don't know whether you can recall this or not, but last time when we were running the application, we decided to go to home or notes, for example, or about only when user signs in successfully, right? So that's what we have decided earlier. Now, how do you do that then? I mean, is it possible for me to do it then? Oh yeah, it is possible. And how do you do that? That's what I'm going to show you here. Okay, watch this. Hmm. Should I or should I not? That's the question. Actually, I should, in fact, because right now what happens here is if I go for sign up, okay, leave it. We'll do it simple first. And if time permits, then I'll show the child level. But right now it seems like this is the notes and this is the about. That is working fine. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to first move user to the sign in page for sign in page, and then I'll force user to sign in when user goes to the notes page here. Okay. What I'm saying here is my requirement is unless user signs in, because unless user signs in, there is no way I can get the token. And if there is no token, there is no way I can get the list of notes for that user, right? If it is the case, probably we'll have to go for sign in as a mandatory component first. Let me open the Navicat here and see what type of okay notes app. And how many users do I have? There is no user. Oh, there is my user only. So hopefully that's the case. Okay, fine. So what am I saying here is I'm going to make that sign in component compulsory. Now, how do we do that? Watch this. To do this, very first thing is like you have to go back to, or you have to create one service first. Now, what is a service? Think about service as a general class. It's a simple class. We call it as a service, but it's called as a class. I mean, this class will be used for connecting our front-end application to the backend. Do you remember in React, we have done that literally by sending the Redux, I mean, implementing the Redux and store and all of this stuff. I hope you can recall. There was something like a store, action, and reducer. That is how we were using the architecture inside the Angular. And then we were using something like Axios is the library with which we did that connection part. Do you remember, guys? Axios. I hope you must have done the practice on your own. And if you have done that, you can recall that code. Code I'm talking about is this. This is the front end, exactly. So I'm talking about, you see inside that action, this is the reducer part, action, 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 here it is. So if I look at that user action, you see this is what I'm talking about, Axios. So in Axios, we were sending the request like post or put and something, something, something. We were writing that code inside the action. To perform these kind of operations, Angular says you create a separate class and call it as a service. Now there are two type of entities here. One is the user entity and second one is the let's say nodes entity. So earlier in case of React, we created two actions. Similarly, here I'm going to create two services. How do I create a service? Use the similar command ng generate. Can I show you a shortcut? Instead of saying generate, you can say G. Instead of saying component, you can say C. So NGGC means NG generate component. Similarly, NG generate S for service. I'll show you both the commands. You can say generate service user service minus minus skip tests. This is the full command. And if you want to take a shortcut, you might say NGG for generate, S for server, and another one is the note. So there is a node service and there is a user service. You see how simple is that? So this is the way we can do it, you know. If you pay attention, it has created two more classes, node class and node service class and user service class. It's simple a class, and it has one single, decorator called as injectable. Now, what is that injectable? I'll mention that later, but right now, you see, this is the user service. Now, I want the sign-in component to be available or to be there before I use the notes or before I use about, for example. If I want to make that compulsory, then I will go back to that class service, user service, and say implements, interfaces in Java. So implements something like can activate. Sorry for background noise, can't help. So this is where we are going to implement the interface. And probably I don't need all of that stuff. Where is it? Here it is. So just say Boolean. We don't need anything other than that. We don't need to say anything right now. So we can simply say this is the can activate, and this can activate will return either true or false. True means I want the route to be activated, and returning false means I don't want that route to be activated. Implement an interface called as can activate and implement the method can activate. So this is C capital can activate, this is C small can activate. That's a method. Step number one, you just get that it's not needed, this is not needed. So you get that user service class implemented with the can activate service or can activate interface and implement that method. Step number one. Step number two, go to app routing module somewhere here and say, I want that node list component to be activated, can activate only when my user service says so. So this is what we are going to say here. So what we are saying here is node list component can be activated only when my user service says return yes from that method. Return yes in a sense, return true from this method. This is the way we are kind of making this compulsory to log in before we go to this component. Let me put the comment here. Comment mean so this means forcing user to log in before visiting the nodes list. This is the mandatory part that I'm saying here right now. See what happens here. I'm going to click on nodes right now. I'm going to click on about. I'm going to click on nodes. Everything is working fine. Okay. Okay, so everything is working fine. Now I'm going to go back and try to say inside that user service return false. Watch what happens. Last time everything was working fine. I'm in the about right now. It works, but if I click on notes, I'm clicking on notes, but it's not going there. I clicked on about, it goes there. If I click on notes, it's not going there. Why is it not going there? Because I'm returning false. See here, I'm going to go back and say log and say, what is that service name? User service. Maybe user service can activate method called. See this, I'm going to click on notes and you see that the user activate methods called and probably we are returning false, and that's the reason why it is not working. Return true and I'm able to go back to the notes directory. You see, that's how we are kind of going from one component to another component. So if I say false, you see it's not allowing me to use that route. So if I say about for note, it's not going to go to that note. So I think the logic is working. The only difference here is I don't want to hard code this true and false. I want to check if user is logged in or not. Can you guys tell me how do I know whether user is logged in or not? What's the way to do it? What's the way to know that if user is already logged in or not? Do you remember we did that earlier in React? How did we do that? Anyone? How did we do that? Session storage, absolutely, Pallavi. So here we can check. I guess we already have done it somewhere, So probably if I say sign in, do you remember after sign in is successful, where is it? After sign in successful, we said that this is the session storage, set item, blah, blah, blah. And then we were moving to slash home. So this is the session storage, we were using it, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back and say if the user is successfully logged in, then token should be the valid one. So session storage of token, in a sense, if the session storage of token means user is already logged in. If it is, if the user is already logged in, that means we will allow user to go there. And if user is not already logged in, you can say else, or you can say directly here, user is not yet logged in. So if user is not logged in, I'm going to say return false. But before I say return false, see, I'm not logged in yet because I have not connected my application to the server here or service here. So it's not yet logged in. User is not yet logged in. So if I click on notes, nothing is going to happen. You see? Now, what I'm saying here is, if I click on that notes, if user is not logged in, then we have to force user to log in, isn't it? Are you getting my point? So I want user to log in successfully when if user is not logged in. So when I see that user is not logged in, and if user is clicking on notes, for example, I'm going to force user to log in. When I say force user to log in, I'm going to go to the login screen directly from here. So if the user is not logged in, force user to log in by redirecting to sign in screen. How do you redirect to sign in screen? Probably you know that. If you want to go for that, you will go for slash sign in, right? That's a route that we have to use. To use that route, we are going to go with something like a constructor. See what I'm trying to show you. Go to the constructor and use a kind of a dependency. Now this is called as a dependency in Angular. If I need a service inside my component, something like inside my not this one here, so inside any of my class, if I need any kind of services or any kind of other components, then I will have to specify a dependency. The dependency can be specified by going to the constructor of that class and saying like private, means it will create a temporary variable for me, and then it's going to give me that by saying the router. This is the same router which you already have used earlier. See, this is the same router object which is given by the Angular router. This is the router object we have used inside, where is the navigation? Inside the app here. This is the same route and the router object we have used from React router. This is the router object I'm using from, you see that, Angular router here. So this is the Angular router we are using. So this is something called as a dependency. Maybe I can say user service is dependent on a router. It's dependent on router because user service wants to move user or redirect user to sign in screen, and this is the way we are going to create the dependency. This dependency will be resolved by Angular. Angular is going to inject an object of router for your class, for your service class. This is called as dependency injection. Dependency injection means resolving the dependency. Resolving means if I say, hey, user service depends on the router. So Angular says, fine, what do you need? You need a router object. Take this. And Angular is going to give me a, have you heard about singleton before? Singleton pattern before? Guys, have you heard about singleton pattern before? If you have heard about this, then Angular is going to give me a singleton object of router class. So the dependency will be resolved by Angular by using this syntax here. In constructor, if you say this is the router, it's going to give me an object of router there. Why am I using private? If I use a private inside a constructor in TypeScript, I can directly get a member function, a member variable here. You see the router here. If I do not use that private, see, if I do not use that private here, I will see no route here. So if I want to say the router object is needed inside my can activate, I have no option but to write this code here. See, I'll have to say this is going to be a router, and this router is of type router. This is the declaration in case of TypeScript. So a variable router is having a data type of router, little bit different out of the world, but this is the way you can do it. Router colon router means this is the variable and this is the data type. It's like you are saying name is of type string, or maybe age is of type number, kind of this, you know. So probably what I was saying here is like router is of type router, and then we can say same story. This dot router is equals to router. So if you want to write this code, you can, but if you do not want to write this code, then probably the shortcut here is private router. So it's going to create a variable for you inside that user service class, which you can use here and say this dot router dot navigate. Where do you want to navigate? Use the array and say I want to navigate to slash sign in. Now watch what happens. I'm going to go to about. Fine, about screen is anyways loaded. If I click on notes, what is going to happen? I'm not yet logged in, means the control will come here. It will navigate me, it will force me to log in by navigating to sign in, and then it is going to return false. So notes will not be visited, but see, instead I'm going to the sign in screen. Guys, do you see the magic here? The magic here is I'm clicking on notes, but it is asking me to go for login first. You must have seen this kind of behavior in other websites like Amazon, for example, where if you want to purchase an item, you have to log in first, isn't it? Unless you log in, Amazon will not let you to purchase anything, not let you to place an order. Same thing here. So when you are kind of saying like, I want to use that notes, you have to first log in, and that's what we are doing here. Okay, and to say this kind of dependency in case of Angular, we are going to use something like a constructor private for creating a private instance automatically for the router of type router. This is the way we are kind of writing the code. Colon data type, and before colon it's a variable name. That's how we generally will declare the variables and parameters in case of TypeScript. Okay. Now for in this case, we are kind of reached to a moment where we are having the service, user service inside our class, or inside, sorry, user service classes inside our project. That's good. My dependency is already been established, like user service is dependent on router, and I can see user cannot access nodes till user logs in. Now I want to get this part done, you know. So to get this part done, I want to send a request. Which request? A post request to my server. How do I do that? Watch this. This can be done by getting the input from user. That's user email and the user password. And two, by sending the user's input to the service or to the API created inside the Express. So how do we do that? To do this, let's do this one by one. Let us first get the input from user. When user clicks on sign in, I want to get the email and password, and I want to put that inside my console. To do it, I'm going to open the sign in component. Where is it? Or login component, for example. And here I will have to write the code. Okay. To write this code, I'm going to get the input from user, and input is generally the forms control. So first thing is like you have to go to that app module, because this is the main module where all of these components are registered. So go to the app module.ts, go to the imports section somewhere here, and add a dependency of forms module. This is the forms module which is needed in order to get the form or get the input from user. Now when I say forms module, I hope you can see that it is automatically getting imported here. Okay, so because we are using auto import, everything will automatically get imported. So don't be under impression that we are not loading, or it's getting loaded automatically here. It's not automatically, in a sense it's getting loaded from that for forms here. It's not auto loaded, but it's going to get loaded manually or forcefully, or you can say using that import statement. The import statement can be written automatically. That's very true. Okay, so I have got the forms module inside that app.module.ts, and I'm pretty much Okay with it now. Now, this is the step number one. Go to app.module.ts, add the forms module, and then you can go back to the app module.component.ts and say, what do I need? I need two things. One is the email. You can put it as a default blank. And second one is the password, which is something I'm going to say, put it as a default blank. So the default values for email and password is going to be blank, or maybe you can say initial values of them will be blank. Okay. Second step is to add those members inside the TS file. Third step, go to the HTML. I want to get the input from user for email here and input for a password from here. So to do this, go to each one of them and use square bracket, parenthesis, and say ng model, which is equals to email. Now, what is this square bracket and parenthesis? Square bracket parenthesis is called as a binding in case of Angular. Binding means binding the variable's value or variable's attribute or variable's event with one of the properties or one of the methods of that component. This is called as Angular binding. There are two ways of Angular binding, one-way binding and two-way binding. This is two-way binding where we are binding with two different things. Square bracket is called as attribute binding and the parenthesis is called as event binding. I'll explain that event binding in a minute, but this is the way we are going to connect the input to the email, which is declared as a variable here or a member here of that class. And this part at the rate, square bracket parenthesis ng model is given by Angular forms module. And that's the reason why we are importing that forms module in that first page there. So we are saying the forms module is needed because ng model is given by forms module. I hope you can understand that there. Similar to this, I'm going to go back to the input and say ng model, which is equals to password. Okay. So this is going to be the password input for user. So all I'm saying here is I have a variable inside my class named password or named email, and I want to connect those two here. Do you remember, guys, in Android, we say something like find view by ID. What does find view by ID do? Find view by ID sets the reference to an object or to a UI element. It is exactly doing the same job. You see how the mapping can be done? If you know one technology, learning second technology will become piece of cake. You just have to understand the mapping. That's it. This is nothing but find view by ID in Android. You know. So what the find view by ID find view by ID does there in Android is exactly getting done by using the ng model. Anyway, so ng model is going to give me email and password in those two variables or in those two members. Now, when you click on that sign in, I want to call one of the methods of that login component, which is something like on sign up. I'm sorry, on sign in. This is the method that I want to call. Okay. How do you call this method? You call this method by going to the HTML and by specifying it using something like click. In React, we said something like on click. In that case, we are going to remove the on. We are going to make that C as small. We'll put that in parentheses and we'll say that this is the method that I'm supposed to use. Again, we are kind of using that click as an event, and on signing is the method that I want to get called when user clicks on that button. In case of React, it's on click. In case of Android, it's on click. In case of React, it's the click event binding. See, click is an event, and if you put that event in parentheses, it is called as event binding. You are binding an event of click, event of this button, click event of this button to the method here. Do you remember in case of React, we used something called as a binding this, if you can recall. Do I have any button in anywhere? Or if I search for bind, I guess no, it's not here in any of the one. But do you remember we used that binding this if I wanted to get the class method to get called? Do you remember, guys, bind this? Exactly. So that bind this will be done behind the scene here. We don't have to do that. It will be done automatically for us. When I use the when I use that HTML, where are you? Hmm. When I use that parenthesis and click event of button will be bound to on sign. In short, when I click on that button, on sign in method will be called. Oh sure. Okay, give it a try. I'm going to go back here and say console.log, and I'll say on sign in called. See if it is working here. So if I click on sign in, you see on sign in called 4 times because I clicked on that 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You see? Okay, so I'm going to go in between mute, so probably you will not hear that noise. And second, you will get a chance to look at the other things. I mean, you can try to write that code on your own. So can you tell me whether it's working for you? If I use that event binding stuff, is it working for you? Is anyone writing code? If not, just tell me, I'll continue further. Is anyone writing code, guys? Okay, if you're not writing the code, then fine. Fine, I'll continue then. Okay, so when you say on click, we'll do side by side. Fine, no problem, Pooja. That's good. So now we are having that onSign method called. Now I'm going to go back here and say console.log. Let's see what is an email that user has written, or sorry, user has entered by using this dot email, the variable we have created inside this. And let us see what is the password user has sent here. You see, this is the password. Okay, so probably did you see that I entered the username and password, or email and password, and I got both of these values here, okay? So we are creating those variables, email and password, and we are connecting them to our HTML part by using this glue ng model. Ng model is the one with which we are going to say, hey, this is email variable, this is password variable, and bound both of them here by using that, okay? That's called as a two-way binding method. Anyways, I'm going to get that email and password here. You see, Guys, it's better we can we can continue. I think just ask these guys like how much time it's gonna take. They're saying like it's gonna take 10 minutes for them. So if it starts again making the noise, I'll go on mute. Or if you want, we can take a 10 minutes break in between, so that they will be also done and we'll write the code peacefully. Is that okay? Okay. By the time at least you will continue and make the code ready with you. So start getting the user input and print it on console and see if you are able to get that. I see the data is coming here. The user input is coming here. So you try on your machine. We'll take 10 minutes break and we'll continue with the next point. Okay. The next point is we are going to make the service to send a request to our server, get the response, and we'll do it. Okay. Just take a 10 minutes break right now. Okay, sorry guys. Sorry in the sense, so sorry for that. Hello guys, you there? Okay, sorry. I was on mute, I guess. I'm so sorry for that. I think it took some more time, but couldn't help, in fact. So just didn't want to get disturbed in between. Again, apologize for the delay and apologize for the inconvenience caused. Okay, where were we? I think we were getting the input from user. I hope you are also ready with the same application state like ours, right? So hopefully if you are ready, we'll continue. We already are getting the input from user, right? So if I click on sign in, I'm getting the email and the password. Now, the only thing which is remaining is to literally call that API. Now, how do you call that API? To call that API, first go back to the service, user service, whatever it is. Yes, user service it is, correct. And call a method or write a method and call the server, call the API. Maybe I'm going to say login or sign in better. In sign in, I need an email, you know, and I need a password. So these are the two things that I need in order to maybe get the input, maybe to validate the user. You see. Now, how do you call the API? So to call the API, first we need to get the HTTP. Okay. So how do I get the HTTP? To get the HTTP, you will have to get a module there. So you'll have to come back to the app module.ts in a sense. Here it is. Sorry, here it is, and add one more dependency on HTTP module, HTTP client module rather. HTTP client module. Sometimes it doesn't work. Not a big deal. You go back here and say import from, you want to get it from @angular / common / HTTP. So from here, you want to get HTTP client module. So get this HTTP client module and use this client module as a dependency here. So this is the way we are going to get the dependency on HTTP client module. Once you have the client module here in app module.ts, you can go back to the user service.ts and then you can get the actual class which is going to make this request to the server. Maybe you can say import something from @angular / common / HTTP, and from here you are going to call or you're going to import the class which is called as HTTP. So this is the HTTP client. That is a class that you want to get, not the client module. Client module is the module that you are going to use in app module, and HTTP client is the class which you are going to use for sending the requests. My user service now will be dependent on HTTP client in order to call the APIs. So whenever there is a dependency, you can go back here in the constructor and say private. I'm going to call it as HTTP client, for example, of type HTTP client. You see, not HTTP client module, sorry, HTTP client. So this is the dependency on the HTTP client here. So unless you have the HTTP client, our services will not be able to consume. So that's why I'm saying the user service is now dependent on the router and the HTTP client. So unless both of them are there, we will not be able to do anything, and that's what it's called as dependency. This dependency will be resolved by Angular by passing a singleton instance of both of these classes. Okay. Now you have the email and the password. So now you want to call an API. Look at the code that we have written earlier in React. React. Where are you? Maybe if I go back to the action, here it is, sign in. You can see that we were creating a sign in or sign in. So let's look at the sign in first, because you already have a user there. So I can directly call that API here. So this is the sign in request, So here we are using the header. Okay, header is content, and it's not needed actually to send send a application as a JSON, because it's by default going to get converted. I need this one. So coming back here, I'm going to create a body. So this body will contain email and password. Okay. I don't need this one for now. Second thing which I need is the URL. So I'm going to copy this URL and we'll paste it inside somewhere here. Okay. And then we will simply get this part. I mean, we are not using Axios, but instead of Axios, we are going to use the HTTP client by saying return. Watch what I'm doing here. Return this .http client dot post. Instead of saying Axios post, we are going to use HTTP client post. What is the URL? URL is here. It is post. That's the reason why we don't have to do anything other than HTTP. Post URL and what is that? Body that I have to supply here. So I'm returning this HTTP object, which we'll have to use then, but we will not do it here because we are not in the component. What we are going to do now is like we will return an object here by literally saying the return this.http.post. Whatever it returns, it's called as an observable, and we will get the data, we'll get the response in the activity. In the component there. Which component? I'm going to go back to the login component here, and we'll say because login component has to validate the user, authenticate the user by sending a request. So I'm going to say login component is dependent on which service? User service. How do I put the dependency here? I'm going to say private, user service of type user service. Okay, that is the dependency we are having now. And inside this sign in, this is how we are going to use that method. User service dot sign in. We have the email. So this dot email is what user has given us. This dot password which user has given us. It returns an object which can be literally subscribed like this. Can be subscribed like this, and then we will get the response sent by our user. Sent by our server. I'll do nothing but simply put that response on console. Let's see what happens here. So this is the response that I will see on my console somewhere here. Let me clean this up. I will enter, let's say, pythoncpp@gmail.com. I hope my password was test, but I'm going to use a wrong password and say sign in. And look what it says. I got a response saying, hey, status is error, and error is user does not exist. I know because the password is wrong. So I'm going to use test here and say sign in, and boom, look at that. I got success. I got the data. The data is having the name, first name, last name, phone number, and the token here. So it's like this. You are creating a service. Where is it? Here it is. You are creating a service. You are using a HTTP client, and you are sending a post request. That's it. So a post request is sent through the components somewhere here, and whatever that signing is returning, we are calling a subscribe on it. Subscribe is going to give me the response. Now writing code here is a piece of cake. Here we are going to say if, you see, response has a status as a key, which is equals to success, meaning if user's validation is successful, I'm going to put a kind of a code here to go to the home component. So I'm going to go back here because I want to go to home component programmatically. I'm going to say private, you see, private router of type router. So we see that we already have seen that earlier in case of user service, how to move one component to another component. It requires a router. So use that router and say, hey, it seems like users, the user's login is successful. I'm going to use that router.navigate. Where you want to navigate? I want to navigate to somewhere to the note list or notes list. I'm not able to recall right now. So let me just go back here and check this. It's note list. I'm right. So this is a note list, not notes list. And that's it. This is the way we can do it. If it is not error, if it is not success, that means it's an error. And if it is an error, we can just put an alert message and say, hey, this is, or maybe user does not exist, whatever. Or maybe I can say invalid username or password. Whatever message you want to let the user know, you can see it here. Check this out. I'm going to go back and put the username pythoncpp@gmail.com, for example. Password is test blah blah blah. It's a wrong password, I know, invalid username password. And if I put the right password, test, and if I say sign in, is that the right one? I hope so. It's going back to it's going back here. Oh yes, now it is trying to go back, but unfortunately, if you can recall the code we have written inside the user service, we have said if the session storage doesn't have token, don't go, I mean, don't let the user go to that. And that's why it is not working. Not a big deal. What we can do, we can go back, we can get all the data here from that. Let's say data is equals to response.data, sorry, response of data, and this data contains the token. So we can say session storage, you know, this is exactly the code we have written earlier. We can say data of token. Okay, next we want to put the user's name. So maybe I can say session storage, you know, user's name, which is going to be data. Maybe I can do it in this way. This is the first name and the last name. So this is going to be data of first name and data of last name. So probably this time I will put the token first name, last name. If you want, you can put the email and the other one as well. I don't care about that. So I put this one for you know, making the other requests. So I'll say cache the token for further API calls. And if you want to do it, you see, you'll have to put that in a session storage. Now see what happens. I'm going to go back here. I'll say pythonsilvia@gmail.com. Password is test. If I put that sign in, boom, I went to the I went to that login. Sorry, I went to the note screen here. As simple as that. If you go back to your application and if you look at the session storage, look, this is my name. I'm saying this, Amit Kulkarni, and I see the token which I used earlier. That's it. You see that when we are going for one component to another component, we are, I mean, from login to another component, we are kind of putting all of this data right inside the session. And this is the information that I'm going to use later for making the other calls. Guys, are you there? Are you getting it? Okay. Now, how do I go to login? Now, if I click on about notes, see, everything is working. It's not going to log in again because I've already have logged in. So can you tell me the logic of how do I log out? What is the logic for log out? Can you tell me? What am I supposed to do in order to log out? What should I do? We did that earlier, right? How did we log in? How did we log out? Remember the logic? Remove the session value. Exactly. So if you look at the home screen and, oh, sorry, if you look at the navigation, I guess, somewhere here it is. So dispatch logout. And if you look at the logout, you see remove item token and remove blah, blah, blah. And then you go to the sign in again. Exactly the same piece of code. Now the button is created inside the app component. So I'm going to go back to the app component and here is the button. You remember how to handle the click event? So this is called as a click event binding. And I'm going to say on logout. This method isn't there right now. So I'm going to go back to app component and probably will write this method here. Again, how do I do that? First, I'm going to say session storage dot remove item token. We don't need that token, so remove it. At the same time, we don't need the name as well, so remove it. So maybe I can say remove the token and the name from cache, means user is going to log out. And second, you know, force user to log in. How do I do that? You know, we'll have to write the constructor. Again, what is the dependency? Private dependency is on user service. No, user service, sorry, bye. Router, which is of type router. Sorry, router. And all we have to say here is use that router, and probably you can say, hey, go to this router and say router dot navigate. Where do you want to navigate to? That's it, slash sign in. You see, now if I use this one and if I click on logout, watch what happened. It automatically has gone to the sign in. See, the session storage is empty. If the session storage is empty, I can go to about, but I cannot go to notes session here. See, I can click on that, I can click on this, but it doesn't work. So now if I log in, let's say @gmail.com, password is test and says sign in. Yeah, it worked, you know. So I can click on that, I can get the notes. Now I can go to about notes. It worked, right? Last time it was not working, but now it worked. But if I say log out and if I go back to the sign in page, you see, it's not working. So now if I click on log out notes, it's not working. Let's go to that sign up and get the things done. It's exactly similar thing. So all you have to do here is go back to the sign up page, and what are different things that you need, get them as class members. I need the first name. which is going to be an empty. I'm sorry, which is going to be an empty. Next one, I'm going to need the last name, which is again an empty. Next one is an email. I need this and an empty. And I need the password. Again, I'm going to put that as empty. Very next thing, I'm going to go back to the HTML and start using this two-way binding. It's ng model, right here, it's the first name. Just make sure that there is no spelling mistake. There is no case change. Otherwise, it won't work. So that's the first thing, second thing, third, and the fourth. That's it. So change that to password for password, change that to email for email, email, and change this to the last name for last name. That's it. Okay. Similarly, there is a button here which I'm going to use click event binder, click event binding, and say on sign up. Okay. So that's the method I'm going to call on click of that button. So I'm going to go here and say this is the method. How do I do that? Remember, we have a user service there. So whatever you want to do with the user, you're going to put that in the user service. So like this sign in, I'm going to go back and say sign up. It's going to be exactly similar, isn't it? All we have to say here is, hey, I need the first name. First name. I'm going to need the last name, email, and the password. So just add all of these things here. First name, last name, email, and the password. That's it. And don't forget to change that sign in to sign up. That's it. We are done. You see, that in the sense, we are done with the making a call. Just make a call now. Go back to the sign in component and say, hey, I want to make a call. To make a call, I need the user service object. Again, put the dependency. So wherever you need that service, you have to put the dependency. I'm going to say sign up component is dependent on, what is that? User service, isn't it? That's it. How do I use it then? All we have to say here is user service. I didn't do it. I just said that and I didn't do it. Sorry. So user service, that's it. And then you can say user service dot sign up. What do you want to get there? Oh, this is the first name, then there is a last name, then there is an email, and then there is a password. Okay. Again, subscribe. What will you get? You will get the response. And if you get the response, probably I'm going to say if response dot, or is the response of, doesn't matter, status is equals to success, means if the success the registration went successful, let the user know that your registration has been successful. Just go back to the sign in page. If not, I'm just going to say that error while registration, or error while signing up user, that's it. If it is successful, I want to go back to the login screen. To go back to the login screen, again, we need a private router. If you know one thing, next time it's going to be copy and paste. It's going to be like, again, the same thing, this dot router dot navigate. Where do you want to go to? Sign in. You see, my sign up has been successfully done. So go back to the sign in. If you want, you can put an alert. Let's say successfully registered or signed up a user. That's it. See what is going to happen now. I'm going to create a new user, user1. User1 is the password. User1 is the last name. User1@test.com is the email address, and test is the password. So if I say sign up, I'm getting the message like successfully signed up the user. See, I'm coming back here and saying user1@test.com. Password is wrong. It will give you an error, invalid name, invalid username and password. If I put the password test, see, it's really working fine. See guys, if you know how to do one thing, doing second thing is literally copy paste. And believe me, henceforth, everything is going to follow the same concept, the same pattern, you say. Okay, so I'm going to complete this part now. First, let's complete this part, create a note. Now, whoever is logged in, I will need to pass the token for this. And this is the token. You see, this token I need to pass to every single API from here. Now, all of these things are related to the notes. So I'm going to go back to the note service here and do exactly the same thing what I did earlier. Very first thing, I'm going to create a private HTTP, Without this HTTP or HTTP client precisely, you cannot do anything. So this is HTTP client, the dependency, not client module. It's HTTP client. This is the dependency for me, right? We need two methods, get notes and add note. I'm going to just make the provision here. So if I want to add a note, what do I need from user? One is the title and the second one is the content, right? If you want, you can specifically say that, hey, this is of type string, this is of type string, this is optional, this is TypeScript and TypeScript. You can specify the type or you can use like JavaScript so that all the data types will be automatically inferred. Anyways, this is the add note part. First, we'll finish this and then we'll go for the other. I hope I already must have done that somewhere in the notes section, notes action. So this is add a note, exactly. I need this one. So get that part here, okay? I need this one as well, as it is, there is no change, header, headers, exactly this. There's no change here, you see? This is the URL. I need this as it is. See the similarity? And then we can say return this dot HTTP client dot post. Was it post? Yeah, of course it has to be. Post, this is the URL, this is the body, and this is the headers. That's it. Headers or header, whatever. This is how you are going to simply return the object from here by literally getting the token from the session storage. That's it. This is the only thing which is a little bit different than the other. We didn't pass that header last time. If you want, you can pass it as a content type JSON, but it's already by default considered, so you don't have to pass it every time. Let's see if that really works. I'm going to go back to add. Where is it? Note list, create note. Here it is. I need two things here, isn't it? The content and the title. So I'm going to go back here and say this is the title, okay, which is string. Again, the contents, again, that is a string. Very next thing, I'm going to go back to HTML and say this is going to be ng model. So this is going to be a title, you see. And this is going to be something like the contents, okay. Make sure that there is no spelling mistake, there is no uppercase lowercase error. So probably this is going to bind that to those members. Next, I need one button to add, one button to cancel. So I'm going to go back here and say this is going to be the click. Click means I'm going to go back and say on add. There is no such method, we will have to add it. And this is the method, this is going back to the previous screen. So I can use simply an anchor tag there, and I can say router link, go back to previous. Previous is nothing but note list. So if you don't want to add a note, if you say cancel, this is going to go back to the previous one. That's how we have used that note list as a router link here for cancel. This method isn't there, so we are going to add that now. This is the class where we have to add that method. Here it is. How do you do that? To do this, again, we need the node service. So maybe I can say create node component. Like last time, what I said here is the same thing. The component is dependent on, what is that? Node service, I guess. Yeah, that's it. So again, we are going to say private node service. First part is a variable, you can have anything there, that's a parameter name. And second part is important, note service. That is kind of the way you have to write it in there. Again, I'm going to go back here and say this dot node service, dot add a note. We need to pass this dot title, this dot contents, and again we'll have to use subscribe response. And probably this is where we will get the response. Again, the same piece of code. How do you do that? You're going to say response, you see, of status, which is going to be success. Okay. And probably here, if it is successful, I want to go back to the previous screen. So I have to go back to previous screens. In a sense, I will need, oh my God. So sorry guys, people are so private. Okay, so now here we are kind of navigating to node list. And if it is the case that we are getting an error, so we are going to say, hey, error while, what is that? Adding? Yeah, adding new node. That's it. So what am I doing here? I'm literally getting the input from user and passing that to the API. That's it. Let us see if that really works. I don't know. Let's give it a try. Who the user I'm logged in with? Oh, I don't know. I should have said that somewhere here saying welcome to something, but it's okay. It doesn't matter right now. So I'm going to go back here and say note one, say this is note one. That's the first note's content. If I say add, oh, I don't know. Was it really getting inserted? I mean, did that insert? Yeah, I can see that one node got, oh, two nodes got inserted. That, I think that was previous one. This is the first one here. Very good. So we just have inserted that now. Look at that, user ID 2. In a sense, I'm logged in with user 1, and probably user 1 is having the ID user 1. That's it. It's completely working fine. Okay, the last one here is to get the data or get all the nodes. Exactly the same thing, right? All I'm going to do here is literally copy and paste it. And we don't need body because that's a get API we are supposed to call. So this is get, and we don't need any body here. We need a header because token is something that we need to pass. See how simple is that? Everything is going to be same. It just, we have to remove the post here and replace it with the get because that's a get API. Where you want to call it? You want to call that in here it is. You want to call that here. Again, what do you say? Note list component is dependent on note list. Why? Because we want to get all the nodes from server, right? How do you do that? You will say private server, or maybe I can say the note service colon note service. Second part is important. First part, you can have anything there. It's okay. Now, ng-init is the method which is similar to on resume. Now, can you tell me what is the difference between on create and on resume, guys? Can someone tell me? Similar to on resume in Android. Can you tell me what's the difference between on create and on resume? Let's see how many of you can recall this. What's the difference? Is there anyone? Oh yeah, someone is there. Very good. On create, when activity is created visible, that's fine. On create is created, resume is again. Very good. Resume app is running state. What is the main difference? Yeah, you are saying absolutely right. There's no doubt in that. But what's the main difference? Okay, let me ask a very specific question. What is the difference between on create and on resume from number of times it is getting called? That perspective. How many times on create gets called and how many times on resume gets called? That is the main difference. On create gets called only once, while on resume may get called multiple times. And you know what? Whenever you want to come back here, see, this is the same thing here. If I am going from here to here, or if I coming back here, this means the notes screen will get called multiple times, right? So if I want to do this, I mean, if I want to get the notes every single time user comes on this component, I have to do that inside on resume if I'm writing an Android application. So I'm going to do that right here. Constructor will get called only once, but on resume is going, on ng on init will be called multiple times. I would say similar to on create. This will be called only once. Will be called, will be called only once. While it is similar to on resume in Android and will be called multiple times. Okay, so let us see how it can be done. All we have to do here is this dot node service dot get notes is what we are looking for, dot subscribe. Again, this is the response. All we have to say here is again there if response of status is equals to success, if it is success, means we got the data, we are going to say this dot notes. See, we have created a variable, we have created a data member called as notes, which is going to be response of data. And if it is not, then we will put a message saying, hey, there is an error. So error while loading notes, as simple as that. See if it works. I don't have to, because when I go back to this one, I should see the second note here. You see, I got the note here as well. Why is it giving me this note? Because I'm logged in with user 2. If I logged in with user 1, that's python@gmail.com, and if I say password is test, look, I'll get the first note because this is the note I have created. Let me create one more note. Let's say this is going to be my note, or let's say complete React Native. So I'm going to say create a native. I'm sorry, create a React Native app tomorrow. That's one of the notes I'm going to put for the for my reminder purpose. So if I say add, I'll see that right here. But if I go back here in logout, and if I log in with user 1 or user 2, whatever, I think user1.test.com, and if I say test, you see I'm not able to see that note which was created by Python CVP. So when we are talking about the getting the data in the in the component, this is the way you can do it. It's as simple as that. Actually, user 2 wants to delete this data. How do I do that? Probably you know this, right? We'll have to provide a button delete, and we can do it easily. So all the time, I mean, all it's simply it can be done by using a can be done by using an anchor tag, or maybe whatever. I can use an I as well. I is for italics, or maybe we can use a simple delete button. For example, I'll use a button here better. I'll say btn dash small and btn dash delete. I'm sorry, btn dash danger. So this is where we are going to delete a note. So if I click on the delete a note, I'm going to call a method and we'll pass this note here. Okay. So I'm going to say, like, when user clicks on that button, I'm going to say click is the method that I want to click is the event that I want to hook up, or I want to bind with on delete. And what do you want to delete? You want to delete this note. Make sure that you are passing this one here. This is the variable. Okay, this variable we are passing here, meaning we'll have to have a method inside our note list somewhere here where we are going to get the note here. Now, how do I literally delete that node? To literally delete that node, we have to go to the node service, and literally speaking, I'm going to copy and paste it here and change this add node to delete node. What do I need? I need only one thing, and that is an ID, which is of type number. This is a delete node. We don't need any body for that because we are going to send a delete object, delete method. So this is the delete. We need URL. There is no body for delete. And when we are doing it, probably we have to pass an ID. So this is the ID. Do you remember in case of, if I go back to the server here, in case of nodes, there is no delete here. Sorry, we'll have to add delete first. So maybe I can say this is delete. We need an ID. This is something we already have seen earlier. If you guys can recall, we can use that ID here and say, I'm sorry, this is going to be an ID, which is going to be request.params. You see, we don't need that. All we have to say here is delete from notes, right? Where ID is equals to ID. Guys, are you okay with that method, delete method? Hopefully this is something we already have seen earlier, right? It's nothing new to you. So probably here I'm going to pass that ID. So after notes there will be an ID, and that is how we are going to delete it. Give it a try and see if it is working. You see, what am I going to do now? I'm going to go back here and say this dot node service dot delete note, and this is the node dot ID that I'm supposed to pass. Again, I'm going to subscribe and get the response. Again, if response of status, see, response of status is equals to success. If it is success, then I will say delete it, whatever. I know there is a small change here we have to use, but we'll do that in a second. And I'll say error while deleting the note. Okay, see what is the problem here. The moment I said delete, oops, something has gone wrong. Let's check that. Okay, this is not available. What the hell is that? Let's check this. Notes, and this is not available. Oh, am I using node or nodemon? That is a question. Exactly. I was using nodemon, right? That's right. It should have worked. So let's go back and check this. What is that? Delete. localhost 4000 node colon node is not available 404. How is it possible? Am I not sending that delete method? Am I not using that delete here? Check this out. Server router.delete, right? Did I not save it? Yes, I did. So that is send params and blah blah blah. Right, that should work, isn't it? There is no problem as such. Check this and see why the hell it is not working. Oops. Oops. Okay. Okay. So let's see why the hell it is not working. This is notes app, notes list component. We are passing, okay, maybe no, that is getting passed correctly, I guess. So what am I getting here? Okay, it seems like we are not even, we are getting 404. Why the hell it is 404? Check this. This is delete. Is it not right? Of course it is. Let's try that with the Postman and see if it is really working with it. Just go away. So this is going to be Postman. If it works with Postman, I think we don't have to worry about that. Something is going bad on that the Angular side then. Or if it is not working with this, then we'll have to figure it out there. 404 means it's not found. We know that. So this is the delete method. We are going to call, we need a token for that, isn't it? Notes app, do we have that here? No, right? Did we not create? Okay, I don't remember right now. Anyways, if it is a case, then probably I need the token. Where are you? Maybe I can pass it here. Console.log token. Oh, why I'm so stupid. Just a sec. It's already there. Remember where can I get it from? I think it's there inside the application and session storage. You see, I'm going to copy this and paste it inside the headers. This is the token I'm supposed to pass, and this is the value. I can pass it here, and yes, we are not getting it. Oh, this is the problem. %20. There is a space in between. That's the reason why it is not working. You see, there is no problem. It's my bad, I guess. ID is having a space. How is it having a space? Really speaking, is it not working now? There is no space in between. Let's try this. Okay, no, it's still not working. Cannot delete this. Why the hell it is not deleting it? Check this server, where are you? Router.delete :id request /:id request params. That's right. There is no problem with the server at all. This is notes, right? This is the user notes. That's right. And we are having get post delete. There is no problem. Is it not even calling this? Sorry. Console.log in or deleting the notes. Deleting a note, not notes, it's deleting a note. Let's see if we can do it at least. Yes, exactly. It's getting rejected from this here. Let us see if we are missing something. Delete notes 2. Right. That is a perfectly fine. Delete notes is not available. Delete 3, delete 1, delete. How come it is not available? /2, /1. Yes, that is working, but something is not running right. Why is that? Sometimes, better to put the delete on top. It's not even restarting it. Ah, I am so stupid. Sorry guys, sorry guys. I'm opening a wrong folder. I got it. Ha ha ha. This is called as kahin pe nigaah hai, kahin pe nishana. I should have opened this folder and I'm opening the older folder and trying to change there and expecting it to be reflected here. Sorry, I think it's my bad. I should have, yes, pasted it here. There is no problem with the route here, and something which we already have done so many times, right? So it's not a big deal here. Let me restart it now. Let me first see where am I. Open that here, and now we have added the delete here. Hopefully this is gonna say nodemon server.js. Now hopefully this is going to work. Let's give it a try from server here. Yeah, you see deleted. So it got deleted, but there's a problem. It's not getting refreshed. If I say refresh, then it is going on. I mean, then it is literally removed. I hope you can understand the problem. The problem is refresh, you know. So what am I going to do then for that? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to literally cut this out and create a method like load notes, and then I can put them here. I can call that method here load notes. At the same time, I'm going to call that method in this one as well. We don't have to say alert there. We can directly call that load notes. Guys, did you get the logic here? What did I do here? You got the logic? So we have written a method which is getting called from on ng on init at the same time when a node gets deleted from the database there. So give it a try now. I'm going to say this is the test add node got added. If I say delete, see the node gets deleted here. And it's not like it is temporary, it's persistent. So if I go back here and say, I'm sorry, Python cpp@gmail.com, password is test. If I say login, sign in, I get all of this. I want to delete this one, that's fine. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to use user1@test.com, password is test. If I say sign in, there is no note added by the user. So probably I can add a note saying note one. This is a note one. I'm getting added here. Yeah, I see that. It's working fine, isn't it? That's it. See? Now, one more thing. If I say there is no node, what's the point of showing this empty table, isn't it? So what am I going to say here is, see, if you can understand that. This is the nodes list. So, I mean, like the table, I'm going to go back here and say this is H4 or H5, maybe a little bit bold, and say there are no nodes at the moment. Please add one, for example. Okay, so what am I going to do here is I'm going to see this message here. I want user to see this message here when there is no node. Right now what happens here is both of them are getting shown. What's the logic here? The logic here is I want to show this when there is no node, and I want to show this when there is at least one node. In a sense, what you can do here is you can use like ng star, last time we used star ng for. Similarly, I can say star ngf. Ngf means show this only when this condition is true. Which condition is true? Nodes dot length is equals to 0. So show this when the nodes list is nodes length is equals to 0, and show this when the length is greater than 0. Watch what happens here. See, the table is gone because there is no node. I can see the message. I'm going to add one, let's say test. I'm say adding, look at that, the message is gone and the table is visible. If I delete this now, you see the table is gone and the message is displayed. Look what we have done here. So this makes total sense. From the user's perspective, this makes a lot of sense, isn't it? User is saying, there is no node. I need to add one. Oh, fine. User got an idea here. I hope you are getting what I'm trying to say there. You're getting it, guys? This is a way we can let the user know what is happening or what exactly user has to do. So there is no note, meaning user will get an idea. Yes, there is no note here. Fine. I'm going to add one. So user may add one there. See how simple is that? So whenever we are doing something like this, hopefully it makes sense now to, get the notes application here. Do you see that? I mean, without that disturbance and without that 30 minutes gap in between, we would have finished this application in an hour, maximum an hour and a half, maximum I'm saying. I mean, why can we do that? It can be done just because we already have seen a React before. If you would have started Angular with this speed, I'm damn sure about it. No one would have, no one would have even left here after the end of the session. You see, we already have done. I know the speed is not matching right now because I'm writing a little bit faster and you are taking a little bit time to write it. But believe me, when you start doing it on your own later in the in your maybe practical sessions, I know this is going to be very easy for you. It just, we are changing the library to framework. We are changing the React to something like Angular. Concepts are similar. Not a single thing is different here. It just syntactical changes, syntactical changes. Remaining, all of the concepts are similar. The component is going to be component. Making call is going to be making call. Axios is replaced by HTTP client. It's just changing the sequence, changing the class name, changing the syntax. The rest of the things are absolutely same. Absolutely same. You know what? You have an advantage over DAC people now. DAC people do not know anything about Angular. You people know both React as well as Angular. And believe me, tell me rather, looking at this, what do you find? Which one is simpler, Angular or React? What do you think? You don't think anything? Yeah. Angular. I know Angular is simpler, guys. I know Angular is very simple. And provided that you know React before, Angular should be much more simple. It just, I know it's going to take couple of time, a couple of maybe a day or two for you to understand the flow, or not understand, to get into the flow. It's like we already have seen React, so now you know what is action, what is reducer, and how do you implement that, right? And what is the store and how do you implement that, right? Here it's going to be little bit time. There is no store here. There is no action needed here. There is nothing. There is no redux needed here. We can do all of these things without it, and that's the reason why people generally go for Angular when one, they have less budget, two, when the application is very small, and three, when the application has to be done with SPA. There is no option. If there is an SPA, people generally prefer using Angular. But if you want to, share the data or share the components between your mobile application and your website, one, when you want to have mixture of both MPA plus SPA, third, when you are having a big website, then generally people go for React rather than Angular. So I'm damn sure about it that you know React very well now. Of course, you're going to need some practice on that. No one is perfect here, I know, and we all are humans, not superhumans, right? If you are superhumans, then we would have been somewhere else, right? So we are human here. We are normal human being, and if a normal human being wants to learn something, it takes time. It takes time to practice it. So what is more important is the practice. Exactly, Sneha. That's what I'm saying. We need more and more practice. Practice is more important. What happens here is we are kind of changing the technologies, and that's the reason why we are not finding enough time to practice. And maybe that could be the reason why you might feel like, oh, it's going to be a little bit tough. It's not tough. It's not tough. It's just the time which is the problem. So probably if you can spend some time, I hope Angular would be kind of a piece of cake for you. And that is an advantage. Consider this as an advantage over the other DAC people, over the other DAC in the sense, over all the DAC people. So if there is a company who is looking for Angular, you are the people who are contender for that, not the DAC people. You will be kind of shortlisted for their Angular. Not only for Angular, you can also be get shortlisted for React as well. You see? Yes. Pooja, I can understand that you're not getting time for doing the self practice. I'm not getting the time to learn the new things because of every single thing here. So it happens, you'll have to spend time. You have to get time. You have to adjust the things accordingly, right? So I adjusted it by cutting down my sleep time. So probably you decide how you want to cut it down or how you want to do it. That was the only thing which was in my hand. So I cut down my sleep time from 7 hours to 4 hours. That's it. So remaining 3 hours I study. That's how I adjusted myself, my lifestyle. You do it accordingly. But anyway, study is important. Practice is even more important than that. Coming back to the point, I hope now you must be able to compare the React and Angular side by side, and you can understand which one is what. I mean, how do you use one? How do you use the other one? How do you convert the React application to Angular application to React? Anyways, converting Angular application to React sometimes is going to be a little bit more challenging, but converting React to Angular is a piece of cake, cherry on top. When you are using React and Angular, you still can use those components inside your mobile applications as well. Like tomorrow, we are going to see the React Native, which is going to be an extension to the React. Similarly, in Angular also, there is something called as native script. I mean, if someone is very much interested, like how do I do that in case of Angular? Can I not share the Angular components with Android? Oh yeah, you can. I mean, you can use something like an Angular, go for a native script, and you can write the native applications in Android. I mean, for Android in Angular, of course. Like tomorrow, we are going to do the same thing for React Native. So we already have seen React before. Now we are going to use that React and continue with something called as React Native. This is the target for us, next target for us rather. And this is going to be a way easier, way easier. If you know React, it's just an extension. That's it. All the things will remain same. You remember we are creating we already have created the components. We already have used the Redux. We already have used that store action reducer, and all of these things will be there. It just we have to use the Android's view, Android's text view, or Android's edit text. That's it. I mean, we'll have to use the similar components or similar tags here. The tags will be changed. Rest of the components will remain same. Rest of the philosophy will remain same. Rest of the flow will remain same. So tomorrow you will see how the React can be converted into something called as React Native, how we can develop a simple application, simple native application with the help of JavaScript. This is called as hybrid development. Okay, fine. I think enough for today. You have enough time now. So go ahead, please practice this. Practice both today. Write the Angular application side by side, write the React application as well. Tomorrow I need a React. Don't be kind of, I mean, don't be somewhere in the other context. Bring your React knowledge again back to the work. And tomorrow I'll show you how the React application can be converted into React Native. Okay. So tomorrow we are going to do it. Fine, then let's call it a day. Thank you very much. And I'm really sorry for the inconvenience caused today. Couldn't help. So sorry for that. Apologizing again one more time. Okay, so let's call it a day. Thank you very much, guys, for attending today's session. And tomorrow we'll start with and finish with the React Native part. Okay, please be in the React context. I'll see you tomorrow exactly at 8 o'clock. What was the timing? Do you know the timing tomorrow? Is it 7:30 or 8 o'clock? Whatever, you will come to that. Okay, it's a 7:30. Fine. So I'll see you tomorrow exactly at 7:30 in the morning, and we'll continue with the React Native. Okay. Again, thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Till then, bye bye. Have a very good day ahead. Please practice as much as you can. Okay. Bye bye.